Good evening, Thursday night. How are we doing? How are we doing? So the ladies were just asking me about no TikTok tonight, and I actually did it last night instead because I got
Oh,
the dice
you're
yesterday.
dirty.
I got dice
Yeah.
yesterday, so yeah. They're not nearly as loud.
I was going to say obnoxious.
No, loud.
No, loud. They're not nearly as
No.
loud.
You're very loud.
I
They're polite
choose
about
my
it.
words very carefully when I'm surrounded by women. I have been trained well. The joke
Good job.
is that my wife and I met, 27, 28 years ago at work, and she was my trainer, and she's just never stopped.
Smart.
So, yeah.
I mean, here.
She took her work home with her.
Oh my gosh.
So, how you ladies doing? Doing good?
Good.
I got a headache.
Yeah, not bad.
It's Thursday.
It's like
Yeah.
my favorite.
Thursday.
so tired.
It is Thursday. I know. Kaden and I were talking about taking a nap, and then Ariel popped in, was yawning, going, "I need a nap," and I'm like, "I'm telling you, the stream is going to
Oh
be
my
nap
gosh.
time tonight. We're just gonna get pillows
Hey,
and
this
blankets
is a great
and
call.
take a
Leave
nap."
it up, we'll all
Right.
get in bed and just talk to each other. It'll be great.
Yeah.
Glorious.
That'll be the stream. Just
Everyone goes camera
nap
off.
with Thursday.
Fall asleep with Thursday night.
The Siren sleepover.
Oh my gosh.
Listen, sleep streams are a thing on Twitch.
They
And
are.
they're quite
They are.
popular.
They are, but I'm not sure I want to feed that fetish.
I agree.
No, but you're gonna try to feed a foot fetish about Strahd.
He
Listen,
deserves
Arden's
it.
the one who's
You've
keeping
seen-
that going,
you see
not
his
me.
face. He
You
deserves
don't have to
it.
feed if it's real and accurate. It's not feeding.
Yeah.
She knows what I'm talking about. Arden's the one who's keeping this going. I let it drop.
We still
confirm.
see you.
So
Dramatic effects
It's
still
the
work.
principle.
it's the principle.
dramatic
Speaking of principal, it's Teacher Appreciation Week, and we
Teacher
have one.
appreciation.
So, I want to know. I have to hear the TikTok update
Schools us
before
every
TikTok
week.
does. Did they get to the radioactive? Did they get there?
No, so we have 5 sessions left before they get there. I did successfully get them underground,
Okay.
underneath the city, in going in the right direction. Only after we spent half of the episode, or like half of the session, trying to turn someone's. So I have someone playing a grung character, and that grung character, instead of being in heavy armor, we were flavoring it as a mech suit, and so he wanted to make his mech suit larger so that everyone could fit inside it like a transformer. And so this kid, I swear to God, we told them only player's handbook classes for like D&D elective because it's just easier to manage that way. But this kid has to be an artificer the next time he plays D&D because he's out here like, can I build a fighter jet? Can I build a machine gun? Can I and he's like diagramming them. Like he diagrams it. He's like, can I have like a hammer and some nails? And he's like diagramming how he would build like a nail gun, and like
That's
he has
amazing,
to-
though.
Yeah, it's so creative. It's really, really cool. But he has to be an artificer next time. And so I let them upgrade the mech suit, and then they realized that they couldn't get through the manhole covers. That they're and so they had to leave all of their stuff behind, and they were devastated. And they were like, "She's just trying to nerf us." And I was like, "I am." Like, come
Yeah,
at
did
me.
you know?
Actually,
How did you know that mass is like area actually exists even in fantasy? Incredible.
But then my friend who's a Spanish teacher at the school, who has never played tabletop D&D before but has played like Baldur's Gate and Skyrim and a bunch of like RPG video games, has been sitting in on our sessions, and she plays all the NPCs. So I DM and then she voices all the NPCs, and she's hilarious. So I had her make a Dwergar, like super skeevy, sketchy like merchant guy who lives in the sewer system underneath the city, and that he should have a bunch of like magic items for them that are fully unhelpful. And so the the second half of our session was everyone got to ask her 2 questions about what she might have, and she gave out like really bunk magic items, and then they tried to use them, and it all went to shit, and it was great. Like,
Sounds amazing.
they wanted a scroll of locate animals so they could try and find their missing sheep. And it just like when they unrolled it and tried to use it, it just said "ba" really loudly, so it would like echolocate them.
Oh my word, that's
so
wonderful.
Yes. That's exactly it.
It was really good. So I
How
successfully
one
got them
plays
underground.
D&D.
That is awesome.
But they've been super creative. They built like a bear. Like when I had the sauce handprint on the door, they spent like 40 minutes. Like the same kid who like wanted to kit out his mech suit was at the wipe off board drawing diagrams of like the tavern that I described, like asking me where the windows were, how high the walls were. Like he put together like a full blueprint plan, like how they were going to build
gosh.
barricades
I love
in
that
case like
kid.
enemies. He is so cool.
gosh.
It is the best.
Dang.
Oh man,
It's awesome. And
I
I
love
was
that
like,
kid.
I was worried. I didn't think that he would be super into D&D. He's like more of like the cool like jockey kid at
Yeah.
school, and so I was like, that's weird. Like, why did he sign up for my quest? Like, that's really interesting. And he's been so fully in it. Like, this kid is engaged 100% of the time, every single session,
I
which is
love that.
really cool.
Ugh,
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's been super fun.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and so he's one of the Grung brothers of the Brotherhood Oog. That's their group name. They all have rotator fades.
stop. I can't.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
That is so
And they
awesome.
it's really good. And we have a new pope, which is very exciting.
Yeah.
Dude,
We have a new pope already.
That's a real life
really?
thing.
I haven't
He's
checked.
American.
And he's American from Chicago.
Chicago.
Yep.
Mhm.
Oh my gosh, does he
I
have
already
an
figured it
accent?
out though. No, here's the deep lore on him. Okay? He is either he either has mafia roots, okay? Because he's a Cubs fan too.
We are live.
What? I'm just saying.
Don't
He has
threaten the
mafia
Cubs
roots.
fans live. You're going to get in trouble. They'll find us.
Oh, but yeah, he's from Chicago, so he's got mafia roots. I guarantee it. There's a possibility he could be Hoffa.
It'd be crazy.
I'm starting that conspiracy.
I feel like that's a decent not joke. Just waiting.
Yeah.
I'm greatly
Yeah,
suspicious.
but my group has also been hyper fixated on the new pope and the conclave, so we had the live stream up on one on the projector, so we could play D&D and wait for the new pope.
Oh my gosh, that's wonderful.
So funny.
It was really good because we had a whole thing about one kid is a warlock and his patron is the spaghetti god, and so they've been trying to everyone that they talk to, they try and convert to the spaghetti god, which is like the church is led by the pasta pope at the Tortellini temple. And that's why I've been able to like guide them around with arrows of benevolent bolognese when they're like off plot aggressively. And so we had to have a whole like lore outside, like above the table lore discussion on if the pasta pope had also passed away, if the tortellini like followers were in conclave, and yeah, it was like a whole session was just trying to figure out the religion of the spaghetti god.
That is so funny.
That's my favorite thing. Oh my gosh.
Arrows
Thank
of
you,
benevolence-
Lone. Thank you very much, Lone.
Bolognese is probably a sentence I never would have thought I'd hear in my life. And I'm a boy mom, so I say a lot of things that like I'm like I never would have strung those words together in my life before, but that takes the cake and I'm obsessed.
Yeah, it's really
So
good.
good.
It's really good. And I give them visions, like I make them roll wisdom saving throws for if the spaghetti god has like invaded their minds. And so their vision was that a whole bunch of like sheep-sized meatballs with penne legs were crawling underneath the ground. And they were like, the sheep that we're searching for, they must be in the sewers.
Oh my word, that's amazing.
Oh my
Beautiful.
gosh,
It's
it's
just
so
so
funny.
beautiful. I love D&D
It's so deeply
much.
unserious. Love
As
it.
it should be.
That's probably for the best. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Beautiful.
It's a beautiful thing. It's my favorite part of every school year.
Oh yeah.
By far.
Did you guys see what Panda just said?
Nope.
Nope.
What is happening?
She wants to know if they're Pastafarians.
Oh, that's a
Yeah.
great question. I can ask them if they're a
Pastafarians.
Pastafarians.
That's the flying spaghetti monster.
Or is it like
Yeah,
a?
that's the
Is
official
that
name.
like a?
The name of the people who follow
Did
it.
they have a schism?
Is there a schism in the Tortellini Temple? I will have to ask them this next time. The one kid whose patron is the spaghetti god is like super into figuring out the religious like breakdown. And he also told me that canonically his hair is angel hair spaghetti, angel hair pasta.
Oh my gosh.
But when it rains or it's humid outside, it turns into fusilli pasta because it gets curly.
What?
It's
Oh
always
my
asking me what the
God.
weather is,
Erica,
so that he knows what his hair is doing that day.
you gotta put somewhere in this world a trident that's just flavor texted as a fork.
100%.
Oh,
Okay,
It's his
I was in a
greatest
one
enemy.
shot where I played a prophet of the flying spaghetti monster, and my whole thing was I was handing out pamphlets, and I had the colander on my head, and I had the trident as a fork, and it was like a whole thing. Best one shot ever. But yeah, you should totally do that. It's great.
I should totally do that. And I will let them know that other people have worshipped the spaghetti god in other sessions.
They're Bobby Anderson. It's the name of the founder of the religion.
That's amazing. That's really good.
The latter day dude. That's awesome, Logan. Ah, Duke is in the house.
Whoop whoop.
We got Lone, we
Was he
got
really?
Duke, some
Dude, he's an ordained minister.
yeah, Lone is. I
Oh
mean,
my
I am
God.
too. I'm ordained.
Are you really?
Isn't that a certificate you
Oh
get
no, wait,
online?
that's with the
universal
Yeah,
life.
it's with Calvary. Yeah.
No.
Can't you get that as a certificate online?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my word.
Excuse me. Yes, you can.
Dad, hey,
Um,
I should be. That sounds fun.
yeah, I actually. The end of the month, I'm performing another wedding ceremony.
Oh
Oh
my
my
god.
gosh.
So,
You know
Yep.
them? Probably not.
no, you guys don't know.
Sad day.
Aw, I'm marrying Panda when she gets married. I'm pretty sure she means I'm performing the ceremony and not marrying her. But you know.
I think her.
Keep your
fiancé
options
was
open.
You guys want to play D&D?
Let's play
Do
D&D.
it.
That sounds
D&D.
fun.
Yeah.
Let's finish our dinner party.
I'm
Panda's
trying
not
to
that
finish
far from
dinner. So
Dude, same.
why doesn't one of you? I'm scared of Mama. Yes, I am too. I am too.
The healthy fear.
It is
I
a
haven't
healthy
seen
fear.
her mom face yet, but if it ever gets to that point, I'm gonna duck out.
You know, all four of our daughters have admitted that they're more afraid of Mama than me. That all
Be
they're
fair,
afraid all I'm going to
same.
do is yell. So, yeah. But anyway, why
you sound
doesn't one of you lovely?
You met your wife?
Because I used to be a scary dude. I used to be big and bad and scary. And
Aw, you are big and bad and scary.
Look
to
at
me.
you. So big and bad and scary.
God, he's so big and bad and scary. Arc for us. I'm just kidding.
Corbin, horny jail.
I'll leave.
Oh,
Bad.
Clearly,
I
not
mean,
enough
to be fair though, like I don't think daughters think of their dad as like particularly a terrifying person because most dads tend to dote on their daughters and they aren't nearly
I'm
as
terrified of our
terrifying
dad.
as they think
I
that they are.
don't. I'm really mean to my girls.
sure.
I can tell.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are.
Who believes
Sure,
that?
No.
Bombastic side eye.
I don't even need to make an insight check to know if that is relatable.
I didn't even
Passive
roll.
knows.
I didn't even roll deception because I knew it was a nat 1. Okay, one of you beautiful ladies, go ahead and read the recap.
All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to episode 37 of the Siren Sisterhood. Last week on episode 36, we open up by Pura coming back into the chapel of Barovia, of the village of Barovia, with Little Hunter, and approaches Sylvia about giving the ring of mind shielding to Little Hunter so that Strahd can't look through Little Hunter's eyes. And Sylvia at first is not happy about this, is very kind of like scared about it, but gives it a lot of thought, and in an act of selflessness decides to give the ring to Little Hunter / Simon, because he goes by both names because he's a child and can't pick. So then we split the party into Team Woods and to Team Barova home. Team Woods is Farron and Pura, who take Doru and Little Hunter into the woods so Little Hunter can go forest bathing and and attune to the ring of mind shielding, so both Little Hunter and Doru can be at the dinner that we have planned later that night. So Pura goes to look at plants. And before they go, Remy makes a barrel of blood for Doru so that he can be all nice and strong. So on the way back to the Barova home, a little boy stops the group and tells them thank you because they basically cured his father and saved him whenever they were last in Barovia. And then another woman stops them to specifically talk to Helia to thank her for the cupcake recipe that they got. So it was a nice little moment of seeing how the good that the Sisterhood done in the world. Emery wasn't there, so she's just like, oh, this is cool. But, yeah. When we get to the Barova home, Yasmith is on the porch smoking. And the maid in the house, Selena, starts gossiping about all of the boyfriends because of the info dump she got from Anna. So then Emery decides to detect magic in the house, and everything starts going off, so she starts running through the house and putting all the candlesticks into the bag of holding. And then when she gets to the 4th floor, she gets scared of Rose and Thorn and was like, nope, nope, necromancy, nope, nope. Back in the woods, Team Forest gets attacked by direwolves, and Doru tries to teach Little Hunter how to attack like not a monster, like a predator. But then Farron is a badass like usual and drops 3 wolves on her own and basically wins the competition that she had with Doru. And then Doru is like, you should just be like your big sister Farron because she's great. And so then basically we got wolves for dinner. Pura uses Tensor's floating disc to be able to transport everything back to the Barova home. Back in Barova home, Sylvia goes get Helia, and they go down to the basement to take a look at the Strahd statue and to check out maybe what somebody named Chestnut, a former friend of theirs, was up to, because she had come around. Remy takes Felix to see the ghost children and catches Emery as she's coming down from her necromancy nope ghosty phase. And they all go have a conversation with Rose and Thorn in the room. And then it's dinner time. And so the boys are there. Isaac is trying to be helpful in the kitchen with Helia, saying like, I got this, until Helia just gets fed up with it and is like, nope, get out. Get out. And so he puts his tail between his legs and goes to sit down. And then Ismark comes in and immediately clocks Isaac. But Isaac has no clue that Ismark is interested in Helia as well. So that makes for a fun exchange at dinner. There's a little bit of kerfuffle about where everybody is sitting at the table, but Emery gets that figured out. Goes, sits next to Elvir and scoops up Ismark and sits down. And Ismark starts talking to Isaac about being the captain of the guard of Vallaki, and then Isaac challenges the former to a duel outside, to which Emery objects because it's dinner time. Did I miss anything?
Nope.
That's about right.
Amazing.
That feels about right.
Good job. Good job. So, I did a thing, as you all know, as you ladies know, and I mapped out the Barova home a little bit better. What you don't know is I've already started working on some of the proposed floor plan changes. Yeah.
Magic power.
It's you.
Let's go.
So I haven't uploaded those yet, but I can go ahead and, because we are on, come on, is that first floor? Fourth, third, second, there's first floor. We're going to, don't we need to, okay, I need to open it up somewhere else first to make it a scene so that I can pop it onto there and blah, 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 blah. So we are before dinner. Yes, the people are there, but were you inviting anyone else from the village to this dinner party, or is it just the people that are currently there?
Did we extend the invite to somebody else?
Erin had a letter she was writing.
Okay.
Yep.
Erin did have a letter.
This was not a invite come to this dinner letter. This was like, in the future, if you like happen to be in the area, we like to host people.
Uh-huh.
Is that what it is? Okay.
Yeah. It wasn't like a show
With
up
the
now.
active church.
It wasn't like a show up now. Okay. It was
Think we invited anybody else?
We didn't, I don't think.
Besides, like, Doru and his dad. They're not there yet. I don't. Or no, Doru's there, but
Doru's
I don't
there.
think Dad's
Donovich is not there yet.
there. Yes.
Um,
So we're waiting on him, and I think we just had brought the steaks in, so we're probably just now cooking them, kind of thing.
okay.
Yep.
Did anyone want to, mainly Farron, so that happened in the ICC, but do you want to go ahead and tell the fine viewers, read to them the letter that you wrote to
Sure.
your friend?
Yeah, so I wrote a letter to Celeste, who is another like archer huntswoman from the Vistani tribe, and if you missed that episode of Farron's like date with her, you should go back and watch it because it's really excellent. I'm super awkward.
I'm making a clip. It's like 16 minutes long.
Yeah, it's really good. It's high quality Dungeons and Dragons. And so basically when Sylvia decided that she was going to give up the Ring of Protection to shield Little Hunter's mind, I thought that it could be something good that we asked the Vistani for if they could source another type of protection for us so that Sylvia eventually her mind could still be shielded. So I wrote to Celeste and I said, it was a pleasure to get to know you and your surprising crossbow expertise during our stay with the Vistani. I know I speak for the whole Sisterhood when I say that we are incredibly thankful for the hospitality of your people during our short time in Barovia. It makes wandering this dreary land a bit brighter to know that we have such a wonderful support network at our backs. That support is why I'm writing. Our selfless Sylvia has given her ring of protection to Simon, you met him as Little Hunter, in an effort to prevent the ever scrying eyes of our sharp-toothed lord. Her gift to him was admirable, but I know deep down it devastates her to leave her mind vulnerable to intrusions. Bonnie have helped us find rare items before, and we need your assistance again. Would you be able to find another ring or an amulet that would shield Sylvia's mind from intrusion? We have the means to pay, so please do not worry about the cost of procuring this item. Nothing is more valuable than the peace of my sisters. Thank you in advance for your help. I assume it will not be easy to find such a magical item of this caliber. Perhaps once you find it, we can reunite to make the exchange. Celia is a not so secretly good cook, and we enjoy hosting our friends when they're around. So please know that you are always welcome should you find yourself near our company. Thoughtfully, Farron. And then she proceeded to freak out and yell for Emery and Remy to please read the letter before she had Elvier use a raven to send it to Calesti in the Vistani camp.
Yeah.
So cute.
Is wonderful.
I am currently
So it is not an
putting
invite.
people on the map that are there, so go ahead and keep going. I'm sorry.
You're good. So it is not a technical invitation for tonight, but it could be an open invitation for the future should she find herself around us. Hopefully, if she does, she has the item. So that Sylvia is no longer vulnerable. But we'll see what happens.
We shall see.
It's gonna be interesting. We'll see how badly Sylvia reacts to everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, nothing's happened so far.
Nothing
It's
has
been
happened
like-
so far. We haven't had dinner yet, but we're having dinner.
Yes.
That's gonna go
Yes.
well, and we're gonna get to watch Hylia go at it again.
Yeah?
Come on, get him.
I want to watch the verbal duels.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you want to watch a verbal?
I mean, it was
Sounds
quite
gonna be-
the last time when Ismark was basically running mental circles around Isaac at the dinner table.
That was really funny.
It was just like not even. He was playing checkers while Ismark was playing chess.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Poor guy.
Isaac is just happy to be there and get a cupcake.
Yes. Yes.
Dude, and all he had to do was almost die for it? Done.
This is amazing. We would have done this yesterday. That's great.
Poor guy.
He's like, what if I just tell every woman I like her? How many cupcakes can I get then?
Wow.
I love the thought that Isaac is just in this for like a sweet treat.
Just
Like,
in it for the
So
for the
funny.
cupcakes.
Or from like noble intentions to like, candy.
mhm.
Andy.
There have been so many D&D characters like that, though, where you're just like, here's a candy, come on. We're
Yes,
gonna go on a 10-mile
Your first
hike.
D&D character kept freaking candy, like hard candies in her purse to give out to people whenever they did a good job. You have no room to talk.
I had Lovian dogged all of my friends. It was awesome.
It worked.
That's really cute.
I'm like, you did a good job. Here's a treat.
Here's a treat.
Here's a treat,
Don't-
though.
But I love that for like a bard character, like giving out inspiration, like
Yeah,
being like, "You
candy
did so
instead.
Oh
good,
my gosh,
candy."
yes.
For good luck.
Or like
That'd
a
be
grandma
so
bard,
funny.
and it's just
Yes.
like pursed where there's originals.
Yes.
Ooh.
Slightly
that would be your
stale, but still
What's
so
your
good.
type of character?
It still hits.
They're almost better stale, you know?
Hey,
Yes.
They kind of, yeah, actually.
Yeah.
Weirdly enough.
100%.
I would agree with that statement.
Good job. I'm so glad we all
used
agree
to
on that.
eating them.
So, Kira,
not
Siren,
name
how was
brand
hunting?
exclusively off-brand taffies.
It was great. I mean, I felled 3 of these wolves. That was really cool. Doru got to show Lil Hunter how to be more predator and less hunter, which I think was probably very useful for him. It's always good to expand your skill set.
Pura looks like she sinks in on herself a little bit at this question.
And Pura was so good. She identified so many herbs. You should check out the like dried herb wall upstairs. She's really added to it.
Do you find anything interesting that I could use for like a good like traveling stew?
Yeah, there's a ton of different plants and stuff. I didn't end up helping much with the wolves. I just kept the boys from dying. But
Siren and Dory were there. They probably didn't need the help. They're fine.
Yeah, no, they had it covered. They were totally good.
Yeah, keeping people from dying is pretty useful thing to do, Pura.
Right. Yeah, but it wasn't shooting things out of the sky, which would have been so cool. But
we can only shoot things out of the sky if we know we can stay alive.
I had way more fun. I could have caught you too. It was considering it.
I'm still weary of floating discs.
I'm gonna teach you what feather falling is one of these days.
Ooh. Oh, that would be a good one for her to know.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that would be good.
Yeah, like finding the plants and stuff was super fun. I haven't been able to go like hunting for herbs, and while the herbs here are a little bit different, they have similar characteristics. Most plants have similar characteristics. Some of them might be poisonous, but we're gonna just find out, you know?
So little nibbles instead of big bites.
Yeah, I've never tried some of these plants before. A couple of them I recognized, which made me really excited, and the rest I have no idea what they are. So we're just gonna try it and see what happens. I have detect poison and stuff, so I was going about like detecting this, like I was trying, but
yeah.
It wasn't made into a poison, so you're just looking at a raw plant going, "Can I eat you?" And that doesn't really work for spells.
Can I eat you?
No.
So I'm wondering, what is everyone's comfort food? Like that's it's the food that like if you're having a really bad day or like it just kind of reminds you of home. It just makes you feel good. It's like eating a hug.
Cheese.
Hug.
What kind of cheese?
Any cheese. It was fairly inexpensive, probably cheap cheese, because it was the easiest thing to grab when we were living on the streets. So probably like bread and cheese, actually. Mm-hmm. It just kind of feels like sitting around with my brother and my dad, just hanging out after a long, hard day, not dying.
Eating cheese.
Cheese and bread.
Was it like in little sticks that you could like peel off?
Oh, I wish that would have been so cool. No, they were like usually like hunks of cheese that we would take off of like a wheel from like a cast off of somebody's wares for the day. But you know, still really good. You could like crumble it sometimes depending on if it was like a hard cheese or a soft cheese.
All right.
Maybe melt it a little bit over the fire.
Yeah.
That's good. Like a toasted cheese.
Toasted cheese. That reminds me of every once in a while when we would add cheese. My parents used to make like cottage pie, and we would put the cheese on the top and then let it get all like toasty and bubbly on top of the layer of potato.
That is so delicious. Good.
Oh, that sounds great. I'd say mine is there was a type of three-day mushroom. I wouldn't call it a stew because like it for the most part you just kind of put stuff in a pot, and then you like keep adding stuff to the pot, and it just like and when it starts to get low you just add more stuff to the pot, and then you can put it over some rice or some bread, and it doesn't really have a name. For the most part, we just called it 3-day stew, although it lasted longer than 3 days, and you just keep it over the fire and keep it going for forever. But that's homey. Think of it of everything I've tried.
What about you,
But imagine
Sylvia?
the flavor constantly changes with a stew like that.
It does, but for the most part, whenever you're in a particular area, you only have access to so much. So a good portion of it was just foraging for stuff. So it's mostly like a little bit of meat sometimes if we had it, and then besides that, it's mostly herbs and mushrooms and root veg, and yeah, for the most part, it does change fairly frequently.
You know, I don't have too much of affinity for food. It's never been as appealing, I guess, as most people say. Wartime makes things impossible, I swear. But there's this one memory I have of when my mother was on a trip, and my father had decided that he knew how to cook, and it was time to spend some time in the kitchen, and we were going to cook together. And we made these horrible tasting, like, popped grains, essentially, mixed with a bunch of sweet and salty mixings, like, you don't know what probably don't know what these are, but pretzels and chocolate and these special little, like, colorful candies that they'd have, and you'd mix them in this big container with marshmallows with these popped grains to, like, bind it all together. They were extremely burnt, but they were colorful and beautiful, and whenever I am feeling upset or sad, I try remaking them. I'm pretty sure I've set a few of them on fire, but they bring a massive amount of comfort. I don't think they actually have a name. The closest I can think is they're like popcorn balls, but they're not popcorn. Close enough.
Interesting. Oh, you know, like every Beltane, they had these things called honey cakes. Have you ever tried those?
No. What are they?
My gosh, they are wonderful. So it's basically like a type of cooked bread, but they add in like milk and honey to make it sweet, and then on top of it they have a honey and lemon, kind of like a fruity glaze that goes over it after they poke holes in the top, and then they basically sell that, and you can have them in like little like fancy paper covers, and you could just hold it in your hand and then you throw away the paper after you're done. They're delicious.
That sounds excellent.
It take forever to make though, like so long for the dough, because what the baker said is they had to like fold it over itself like a lot, and then they keep folding and folding it, and they said a number, I don't remember what it is, but it was like really flaky, and then they put the honey on top.
Sounds like a croissant. It's full. It's like folded dough. It's like layers of dough that have butter in between them. So as you fold, more and more layers form because the fat separates the dough, and so you get this really light and flaky crust, bread-looking thing.
That's interesting. Emery, does the comfort food have to be something that you eat like all the time, or does it have to be something that you get every once in a while that just makes you happy?
It could be either or. Like,
Oh,
ours was this almost, I don't want to say freeze dried, but it's this dried brick of pasta that you would then put in a cup and water, and then you would light a fire underneath of it until it boils, and then add some herbs and some seasoning to it.
what?
Yes.
Emery, please don't tell me I know what you're talking about, because I'm pretty sure that company went under back in 2020, 2258 or something like that.
Under
You're
what?
not talking about the weird noodle dish. What was it called? Top?
We call it pot of noodles.
That's a better name.
So,
That-
but that's so interesting that you have something like that in your world.
I also have college. That's something we do need to talk about, because I do enjoy the college joke. But we both know what college is.
joke.
You've known what college is this whole time?
I said I know what college is.
And
She's
you
from
didn't bother
college.
to tell any of us you knew what it was?
You haven't believed me about pretty much anything I've said. Why on earth would you believe me if I told you I know where she's from?
I believe you about the lacrimation.
Everything that you said. And
I
what
believe-
part of college is a joke?
The lacrimation of the paper.
Black ribbon. Lamination?
Sure.
Okay.
Right.
Yura, what is your comfort food?
Yara, continue the original point, please.
We have these mushrooms that are kind of sweet when you eat them, and so we mix them with like bowls of fruit, and they have like honey and stuff over them, and they're really big chunks, so you really can only eat like one of the pieces of fruit at a time. But like if you cut it up really small, you can kind of like get a spoon and eat all of it together. It is so good, so refreshing. It like, I swear it heals you a little.
I love you.
I love you.
It's one of those. This and Sylvia being from the future are two of those wonderful gifts that just keep giving. And they keep stacking on top of each other, and then if you don't know why it's funny, you don't.
It makes no sense.
Oh my God.
Emery's just like,
Yeah, don't give away my secrets. Don't you dare tell them what a GPA is.
now.
Don't you dare tell what a GPA is!
Oh man.
Oh my gosh.
That's really fun. I love that.
How's dinner coming? Do you guys need help?
Well, considering I put Anna, Doru, and the 4 children in the kitchen together.
Oh my gosh, there's 2
Oh my gosh,
Felixes.
why'd you do that?
Oh no.
Why is there 2 Felixes? There should be 1 Felix and 1. Okay. Okay. Calm down.
Child.
Yeah, stop.
We need to brush the ghost children's hair. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, this is getting out of control. What are
See,
they, homeless?
he's small enough, but the rest of them are not. Anyway. So,
I'll
What are you
go
guys
check
doing?
on the food.
So, are you guys ready for me to start
Wait,
role
what
playing with
skill is
myself now?
cooking? Well, hold on, wait. What skill is
Born ready.
Well, what is going on now that we've had our meal discussion? Yes, Pura.
what skill is cooking?
Helia, what is still cooking?
No, skill. What do you have to
Oh,
roll
what
for cooking?
skill is cooking? I thought you said what's still cooking.
I was like the wolves. I
My
think they should be
attitude.
spot on, right?
I would assume that
Is it like nature? Is it
you have the chef feat. What is it?
Let me double check. Hang on. Let me tell you.
What if it's just a medicine check because
yeah,
cooking is the
Pura
best
is
medicine?
good at cooking.
Yeah. Hang on. Oh my
Could
god.
I have a plus
could be
7 to cooking, and
constitution,
I'm getting
could
in
be
that
con.
kitchen.
Could be con. Yeah.
Pecan.
Oh, then I should not be in that
Right.
kitchen.
It's a lot about like timing and finesse,
Constitution?
depending on what you're making.
Constitution or wisdom?
Constitution
That'd
or
be-
wisdom?
Oh.
Because when you get the chef skill, you can increase your Constitution or wisdom score by 1.
I can help.
So constitution
You
and
should not be in a
wisdom.
kitchen.
Let me pull up a character sheet then. See what skills those incorporate.
Probably like survival.
I was thinking survival. I mean, survival makes sense to me. You know,
That
I'll
is
just-
what checks I've been making the middle schoolers make when they
I will
want
pull up
to.
Strahd's character sheet.
expired
Not that I'll need it tonight.
What?
Why does he have the
Why?
cooking sheet?
He doesn't, but then I can look
Why?
at the
What's
skill
up
list.
there?
Survival's wisdom.
Yeah, there is no con skill that goes off a con. Huh. Go figure.
Oh yeah, there's not.
It's not animal handling. That'd be before you start cooking it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not insight. I mean, it could be medicine.
Say
It's not perception.
acrobatics, how well you move
It
your
is.
hands.
Yes, definitely. No,
Yeah.
it is. It is definitely going to be survival.
Survival.
Yeah.
So, as you ladies are sitting there, you
Put
know,
me in the kitchen.
you have Ismark just kind of sitting there, staring over towards Helia, and Isaac is kind of wiping his face because of the cupcake and everything. Emery, shouldn't you have been on the end and had Elvira sit between you two?
Sure.
So, go figure. Sylvia and Farron down there at the end by themselves. Isaac right next to Nikolai. Okay, yeah. So, Elvira just kind of looks over at Emery and he's like, why are Isaac and Ismark here together? What is going on?
Remy wanted to hold a dinner party. And Isaac decided to come along with you guys when you tried to save the Strahd. And then got fireballed, and now we're here.
I didn't get a head injury. I know all that.
You asked me a question, I gave you an answer.
Why is Ismark here?
Because Remy invited him.
Why would she do that?
Because Remy likes to bring people together? You can ask
Can I make
her
a
that.
perception check to see if I can hear them whispering?
Of course you can, Farron.
Like, I'm
mean,
sure
they
I
are-
can
the-
see them.
Yeah. And I
So
mean,
I wanna be
Elvira
able
is
to-
leaning as far away from Ismark as he can to whisper it, too.
Do you have? Is there an
I got
issue
an
with this part?
18.
An 18? Yeah, you can hear him.
So I'm gonna lean in and be like, just appreciate the drama. Dinner and a show, baby.
He's the Burgermeister. We had to bring him along.
Is there an issue?
I don't know. Dinner and a show. It's fun.
No issue. I didn't know I had to put that face on today.
I think you're fine. They're too busy paying attention to each other.
You
We're getting
shouldn't
a
be
really fun
nasty.
love triangle. Shh.
Just, he's looking at Helia. He's not paying attention to you.
You don't care.
Yeah, I
You
know.
don't care about any of us.
Yeah.
You shouldn't mask your feelings anyway. Our whole party motto is to crop dust them.
Is it?
That was an awesome plug. That was an awesome plug. I like
my
that.
God.
Beautiful. Excellent job.
Good job. Good job.
Thank you.
As they're whispering
Here, sir.
back and forth, Ismark is just staring at Helia. And I'm sure, like, at times, Helia gets up and goes back to the kitchen, and Pura's desperately trying to help in the kitchen. Clearly, she's uncomfortable with sitting next to Yesmith and having a conversation just with him, because Ismark's not talking to her. Nikolai doesn't seem to care about any of it. He might be enjoying it. He's paying way more attention to, like, Remy, and, like, playing around with trying to put a little bit of icing on her nose. And I assume you're trying to stop him, Remy, from putting icing on your nose?
In a goofy way, yeah. I'll probably like use Mage Hand, so I'm not even moving and just be kind of goofing around about it, and then like turn it around and put it on his own nose with Mage Hand.
Is Mimi cooperating and helping you, or is Mimi staying out of it?
I don't think she has to do anything. She's just kind of hanging.
Okay. Okay.
Oh my gosh, no. Well, never mind. I'll think of that.
Why do you behave this way?
Because I'm a goblin in a girl's body and I want to escape. Anyway.
I also need that on a shirt. I need a goblin in a girl's body that just.
No, we are not putting that on a shirt.
It's
You can't put that on a shirt. It's insane.
I'm a goblin in a girl's body. I just want to escape. No.
That was so hard on a shirt.
I was gonna say, I'm gonna like let go with Mage Hand while I like after I try and put the frosting back on his nose, put it behind his head, and then try and shove it forward into the cupcake. And I'm like, I can't do that. That's too much. But I'm like, I could though.
Okay.
Yeah, but maybe.
But maybe I could.
Isaac leans over to you.
I need
So,
some.
Pura, have you gone to the kitchen then?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the attention that Ariel is getting, like
You mean Helia?
or that Helia is getting, just in general, but like it's too much. Pura's like, this is weird, and then she turns and looks, and then Yesmus is staring at her, and she's like, nope, no, I'm out. Like, I'm being perceived. I don't like it. We're not really talking at the moment. I don't know why. Like we're all just kind of like sitting at a table. It's awkward. I'm sure there's something to do. Busy hands means the mind is not working, and she's like off to the kitchen.
I will say,
Isaac-
Remy's probably fully gossiping by messaging Nikolai like back and forth in her mind, and being
Which
like,
is why
so
he's
this
like
is-
playing with the icing and everything, just to like make it look like they're not just messaging back and forth.
Oh yeah, I know. They're totally gossiping like the entire time. I'm like, oh, but like, look what she's like. Look how she's looking over there. Oh yeah. See the corner
You're
of her
like,
mouth.
do you see Pura
opens up
run
a
into the
little bit.
kitchen? Yeah.
You just hear her just do that. Oh my gosh, I can't believe like no one's saying anything out loud, and yet they're broadcasting everything. They're speaking in such a loud way.
Helia's gonna see Pura like dart to the kitchen. She'll be like, "Do you need any help there, Pura?"
Isaac
You
leans
know,
over to
it's
Yasmith and
burning.
goes, "Are you gonna eat your frosting covered muffin?" They said it's called a cupcake. Why are you making it weird and calling it a frosted covered muffin?
Basically the same thing.
Cause it's a muffin with sugary frosting on it, and it's good. No, I'm not gonna eat it. Go right ahead. You can have mine. But you should save one for dessert. But Helia said that I don't have to. Aye, and if Helia told you to go in the street and lay down and wait for a wagon to run you over, are you gonna do it? Would that make her happy? Oh my god. It might. Why? Because then you wouldn't be sitting here asking me if you can go do it.
Get him.
Should I ask? No, you should not ask her, you big doofus. You don't ask a woman if she wants you to lay down in the road because she might say yes. Never ask a woman a question that you're afraid of what the answer's gonna be. You only ask a question when you know what the answer's gonna be and you want to hear it. You're wise. I try. It helps being alive 400 years. I've made a lot of mistakes. Some that you're making now. Like what? You realize you're not the only man that wants Helia, right? I mean, is it you? Is it you that
Don't
wants you?
lie. Lie.
God.
Oh,
we were talking earlier about,
we've got ghosts
how,
now. That's exciting, right?
yeah, we were talking
Yeah.
earlier about how you and Remy were connecting, and I was just wondering, since I heard from Remy how what she saw in you, what attracted you to Remy at first? I mean, besides her beauty, because that's obvious.
Her whole face is red. She wants to hide under the table.
Winter politics discussions at the family table was better than this.
You know, that might make things awkward. We're in a group setting. Why don't we just engage everybody?
What's your political opinion about rats?
Rats?
That sounds like a better conversation.
You just Pura pop her head around the corner and go, they'll steal your fruit, and then she goes back into the kitchen.
You should keep them around just in case there's more bananas.
Yeah.
You want a pet rat? Oh.
I'm just imagining a far off southern cackle.
So we all know that I have a raven familiar, but if you could have a familiar, what would it be?
A fox. I would love a fox familiar.
I have
Sorry.
Mimi, and she's just shy of a person anyway, so that's... Gosh dang, I've caught Yesmith's accent.
If I could have a familiar, I would want a piece of pretty granite like Helia.
I'd have a sawtooth. They seem
What's that?
fun. That's the big cat thing I made earlier with the Imagine thing. Could you?
You said that was a panthera. Panthera?
Sawtooth is a panther. That's the legal name. Legal name. That's the scientific name. It's nicknamed Sawtooth because it has the big saws in its mouth.
Oh, gotcha. I think if I were to have a creature, I'd love one that flies. Can you imagine? They're not ones that just fly around like Shimmer. No offense, Shimmer. But something you can ride, something that's really big.
There's a rock up on the mountain over behind, down further from Berez. Not a rock like Helia. Not like a rock like Helia rock.
There's probably a lot of rocks. There's a mountain range.
No, the bird rock.
The bird.
Oh.
Bird? How on earth does that fly?
What is that?
What?
They're bigger than a giant eagle.
Yes.
So, do they look like a bird, or they?
It's a rock. It's spelled ROC.
It doesn't matter how it's spelled. What is it?
It's a giant bird.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Haley's gonna hop up at this point and be like, I smell something burning, and she's gonna run to the kitchen.
My spinach puffs!
My spinach puffs! And she's gonna get in there
go.
and just immediately sit down on the floor. So she is Pura's height, but also just leaning against the appliances for support. Be like, I don't know what to do. I don't think that Isaac is a contender. I've never had to let anyone down easy. The man got fireballed for me.
Pura's holding food and is right, yeah. Okay, so, do you...
He said he wanted a piece of granite as a familiar.
That means he wants you like a pet, right?
Yeah. Or
That's what
just
that means?
he's too clingy.
Right.
He just
How
started.
do I just be like, buddy?
I think you
Let's
want
go
that
fight?
either.
I don't want that either.
I don't think you want that either. No,
I mean, I still want him, if he wants, I would still like him to show up if we're like, hey, we need an extra hand. We are light on, because he is a good fighter, and he seems decent enough, but not partner
is it that he has a
material.
firearm, and the firearm makes him good at fighting?
Yes, and captain of the guard.
Yeah. I mean, we saw the guard, so I don't know what that means for him, but
I don't know.
I could tell him for you if you want. Take him on a walk or something.
No. I think I need to tell him. How do I? The awkward party, the awkward dinner party.
Don't
I thought
do it now.
No.
Don't do it now. No. You want to through the party, maybe even tomorrow.
Sit through the party. Through the party. It is Mark aside later. Let Isaac down easy tomorrow.
Right.
That's not too cruel of me.
Honestly, since you've already decided, is what I'm gathering, I would just make it apparent and go sit with Ismark. Like, don't be in between the two of them. Like, make a statement. Go sit next to him.
I love the fact that the character that's never had a relationship is giving relationship advice.
This isn't
Her first
relationship. This is friend group.
I would never said it would work. Also, Cambria in real life has given so much relationship advice.
Okay, but Cambria is not Pura.
No.
Pura's never had experience in a relationship.
True. Which is why
she has been in a love triangle before,
What's
though.
the worst that could happen? In real life, I would not have told you to sit next to either of them because that's awkward on both ends. But in fake life, Pura's like, sure, if you like him, go sit next to him. That's fine.
Life.
It's going to be so awkward, though.
If I sit next to him, though, will Isaac get the memo? Or should I just hold out for the end of the party? You're not out. That would.
Ow.
Just gonna help plate things real quickly and get him out to the table, and she'll go sit back.
It's a bird in my hand. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not.
I got good hands.
No, now there's too much awkward silence.
I completely
I'm gonna
agree.
do something. Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
Stir things up a little and see what falls out of the bowl.
Dance.
So, Isaac. What?
We lost Erica for a second.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we got her.
Yeah, what happened with
So,
Thunderstorm?
Isaac, this has been something I've been meaning to ask you. So, with everything that's been shaking out in Valoki before the whole us dears appearing and everything,
Who is this to?
Isaac.
Okay.
With everything that's been happening in Valoki right before the us disappearing thing, there was that whole kerfuffle with your dad and you know, the imp and all of that. I was just curious, are you very close to Victor? Because he had that whole thing going on in the attic where they had the cats and the bodies, and I know that you kind of share a dad, and I was more just curious, like, are you you consider him a brother, or is he just like a guy you kind of live with?
Cows have curs. Kerfuffle. What's a kerfuffle?
Skirmish.
Like a negative occurrence, or like a small disagreement, which is a very nice way of putting what actually happened, because your dad almost got murdered, so in his sleep. So that, you know, when the imp came and basically almost killed him, and then Pura saved him.
Yeah,
I'm
that was
talking
very
about that.
nice of Pura.
Yeah.
Nice of her. I appreciate it. I think I told her thank you. And then we took my dad and Lydia, and we took them to church. And I sent men to look for Victor, but we haven't been able to find Victor yet.
Yeah.
So.
Not going to.
What was your question? I got stuck on kerfuffle.
I'll see Sylvia's face and just don't. it out loud.
Ilya's like this at the table right now, like.
I was asking if you were close to Victor, like if he was kind of like a brother to you, or if
he's a little creep. He's kind of creepy.
Yeah, he gave off that vibe. You know, when he also attacked Pura trying to get to your dad.
I'm sorry he attacked you, Pura. I should have stopped him from doing that.
She's in the kitchen. She probably can't hear you.
I thought she came back. I couldn't see her, but she's little and I don't see her that often.
Yeah, you'd have to stand and like lean over the table to be able to see her anyway, so.
She kind of blends in with the kids and they're in the other room running around.
A little bit. We had to stack like 3 chairs not 3 chairs. We had to stack books on the chair for her to reach the table properly, and I feel kind of bad about it, but at least she can join.
I almost moved them because I was going to sit there, but I saw them there, so I thought maybe that was there for a reason, so I didn't move them.
Oh yeah. Couldn't find enough cushions, and then they kept falling down.
He leans in a little bit towards you, since you guys are sitting, close. He leans across Nikolai. He's like, "Hey, do you know who the other guys are that like Ilya?" And he doesn't really whisper. That's about how loud he whispers. He doesn't whisper that well.
Can I see in my peripheral, because Ismark is like right across the table from me, whether or not he reacts to that?
Ismark just smiles really big.
You know, I have some general ideas, nothing super confirmed yet, but, are you concerned about it? Because I think you could probably best them in swordplay any day.
Well, I don't know, because I've never had a girlfriend, and, most women are scared by my arm, you said my dad, but I've never really called him dad. I usually call him Burgermeister or Mr. Velakovich. But he says that I can call him dad, but he's not my dad. But anyway, I usually he would always tell me that the women in Vallaki are intimidated because of my power. And mom, because if he's my dad, then Lydia would be my mom. But she would often say that they were intimidated by the position I held, being captain of the guard, and the fact that I'm important, and that's why that they wouldn't really talk to me or approach me. And she said that someday I'd find somebody, but Victor had somebody. He had this really sweet little girl named Stella for a little while. That wasn't very.
Yeah.
It wasn't. He didn't treat her very nicely. He wasn't nice to her at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, even if things don't work out, you can always, really, in Valoki, I'm sure you work with a lot of soldiers and probably know pretty much. That's not where I was going with that. I was saying that it is sometimes hard.
Some of them have asked me if I'd be willing to, but I'm not willing to.
Again, not where I was going with that. Actively trying to change the subject anyway, and I'll put a hand on Nikolai's arm.
And Nikolai's kind of like, he's leaned over in front of Nikolai, So Nikolai's just kind of like, you hear in your mind, can you end the conversation soon, please? This arm is very warm.
You know, I was just saying, like, if it's really hard as an adult to make friends sometimes, and if nothing else comes of it, at least you've made more, because you've gotten to travel back and forth with us and meet some people from Barovia, and if nothing else, it's more life experience than what you'd probably have had in Vallaki. It's positive.
Can you be friends with somebody that you like?
Definitely. Lying at my teeth. Definitely. I mean, you like them because of all of the attributes you see about them that, like, draw you to that person. It's, like, magnetic. And the type of relationship you have with them can change, but what draws you to them is how amazing they are. And that doesn't change regardless of the kind of relationship. They're still going to be awesome.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I got dinner.
Oh,
Are we wanting to wait until
Thank you, Nikolai. And he finally sits back in his seat.
That was
carrying
harrowing.
his weight.
I'm so
That
sorry
is
he brought up Stella
way
like
too
that.
heavy.
There's
say
a
it
knock on the front door.
I said that to Nikolai. I said, that was harrowing. I'm so sorry he brought up Stella like that.
Yeah, well, I don't think he realizes that Stella's my sister. If he does,
Considering how
I don't
famous
think
your
he-
family is.
I don't think he realizes it'd be a problem to bring it up in front of me.
No, probably not.
Do
As stupid
your-
as the stupid does.
Your sisters all know about my sister.
Yeah, it's definitely come up between me and Sylvia.
Okay. Do they realize that my sister didn't always think she's a cat?
Oh yeah, I've explained the whole thing to them.
Okay.
It's part of. Gosh, I guess we're not in the Vistani camp anymore, and I don't have to worry about being super secretive. So while you were out cold, Strahd did come and visit everybody, and as we'll call it a sign of good faith in exchange for not killing us or whatever, I'm not explaining this very well. He had us pick someone for him to take out his anger on, basically. And after very little discussion, Victor's name was chosen. So he's no longer on the board.
So you all put a hit on Victor? Basically?
Yes.
worst dinner party ever.
Yes. Can I get a beat on his reaction on whether or not he's extremely disappointed that we basically called a hit out on somebody, or whether he's like relieved that he's not there anymore?
Why can't it be both?
That's totally fair, you know?
Because at the same time, he's not quite sure how he feels about it. And you can kind of gather that on the read.
Yes, we did, but to be fair, there's not a whole lot of names I would draw from a hat where I'm going, oh yeah, make sure to kill that person. But we had to pick somebody.
No,
It's not
I
exactly a choice.
understand. I do understand. And I mean, if I was going to pick somebody, he definitely would be towards the top of that list.
Yeah.
Do you think... Ooh. It's probably not going to work out like that, is it? Because he's the one that cursed my sister? Do you think maybe if he's dead, the curse will go away?
I don't think it works like that, or at least that's not how it was described in the tomes, but we were going to try out a few things whenever we get back to Vallaki, but the whole windmill thing kind of threw
Really?
off everything. and the disappearing thing, and
Hold it. You guys are going to try to help my sister.
So, oh my gosh, I have so much to catch you up on. Okay, so while the dinner party is happening, I'm going to summarize for Nikolai everything that happened in the Burgermeister's house, and then what we found in the attic, what we know about Victor, and then during the night before everybody went to bed, very, very little bit me and Pura were able to find in Victor's books about the curse.
Okay, that'll work. Uno momento.
Because otherwise we're going to be here for minutes, where I'm just talking to you.
Hey.
Love ya.
I'm excited.
Sorry, that threw me off.
It should.
So, who got up and got to the door, or was
Okay.
that what? I mean, Anna could have gone to the door. That's fine.
My hands are full. No one's helping me. It's heavy.
Haley, get up and help.
Wow.
I'll go.
I have a +0 to strength. I shouldn't be carrying things.
The tray is bigger
You'll
than
be
him.
effortlessly.
As
like,
I said,
one hand.
Doru and Anna were hiding in the kitchen from everyone. Either of them could have helped.
They're rubbing well.
You're telling me that Pura went in the kitchen to go make food, and both of them were standing next to each other, like staring at each other awkwardly, being like, "Did we stay or?"
They were in the pantry
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
having a moment.
Oh.
Yeah, where the food is.
No.
Doru
Walk in the
needed
freezer
help
closet.
figuring out where stuff was in the I don't have Selena anywhere. Oh well. We'll
Either
get
way.
her later.
That's fine.
Before Emery gets up, she's going to message Elvir and just say, "Aren't you glad we're on this side of the table?"
You probably
As
see
he-
me
as he
realizing it's changing
nods
a lot
his
of
head
looks
yes.
from our facial expressions changing every
Yeah,
few seconds.
I know what's going on, but I get it.
In your head, you hear yes, but he also just nods his head yes. Like
Sweet
not
boy.
realizing. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Does the door have like a peephole or something to look out to see who's there?
It does. It
Yeah.
has a little.
Who's
high
there?
pole. It
Yeah.
is actually Donovich
Okay.
holding a basket of bread.
Bread!
Adorable.
So I'm going to open the door.
Hello. Don't invite me in because I may not be who I look like. And he steps through the door. How are you doing, Emery?
Thank you. Yes, I'm Emery, and I'm doing fantastic. This is not the type of dinner party I'm used to, but it's fabulous nonetheless. And I would take the basket of bread.
I just finished it this morning. It was rising all day yesterday. So I was gonna be having like a open house at the church if we could get it done in time, but this is much better occasion. This is a happy occasion because the Sisterhood's all here and my son is happy and yeah, everything's good. It's almost like the sun is shining. It's not, but it's almost like it is. So
We could.
you're all the way in the kitchen. You didn't hear that.
I know, but we could. Above table, we could make the sun shine.
We could.
We
could.
already have brought enough tension to ourselves.
I know.
Please do not bring down his
It'd be
wrath
so
again.
fun, though.
It's just a
could-
bunch of sticks
if
on
we
fire.
do-
Like I
Not-
said, I have had combat 4 nights in a row, ladies.
No. If we do, we can get Strahd's attention again,
Except
and we
like
can
someone
stick
who
him,
wants
and we
to
can
start a
convince them to
streak.
go after another person.
That out people.
We don't have enough enemies for this.
No.
Ah,
My gosh, this could be like the third. Children, I
No,
swear.
that
This
is
could be like-
Rose and Thorn, and that's the kids playing. I moved them all in the
Yeah,
living room. That's the kids
Keep
playing.
myself unmuted and let.
Yeah, it's the kids playing. It's okay.
All
Yes,
kids
of course.
exclusively scream while playing and never laugh.
Yes.
Corbin,
So
I hate
well.
to break it to you, but that's how we grew up. We screamed constantly.
A lot.
I know. I got in trouble for it.
Yes.
Why are you making your sister scream? Stop making your sister scream.
Stop poking her.
Keep your hands
That's
hers out.
unbelievable.
So
I'd
fair.
like to
Don't make me
blame
stop this
all
car.
of that on Cameron.
Do you did you send the letter off? Okay.
Yeah.
Is it the exact copy that's in ICC or did it get changed? Okay.
No, it's the exact.
Okay.
I
Cool.
left it all.
Okay.
Anybody.
It won't
This
come
is-
on too strong.
The third week
just
in a
coming
row
on
we
not
haven't
strong at
had
all.
a Strahd visit. Let's keep this up, guys.
Hey. Seti.
You put that cup down.
That
You put that thinking face
You
away.
have the same freaking brain cell. I'm like, you put that cup down so I can see your facial expressions. Anyway,
You know, it's funny that you say that because
No.
as I was driving home, I was like, huh,
you don't want that.
Strahd could be a little insulted he didn't get invited and show up. Nah.
Or streak would be 2.
We'll play
Who's
nice.
that?
We'll play nice. Unless they do something to... Anyway. So,
I would like to put a big flag outside of the Barova home with a picture of a vampire and an X through it. I was kidding.
that won't get his attention at all. So...
I don't know why you think it would.
Oh my god, above the table as a child, my parents had like complained that, I don't know, some type of like ground like hog or like varmint thing was eating their plants. And so my sister and I made little red stop signs with like chipmunk faces with a line through them and stuck them in my parents' garden. So we had a whole bunch and little signs that read no
Amazing.
allowed.
Oh my god.
And my dad still has them.
That is
Yes.
awesome.
I
Oh.
love that.
Again.
It definitely did not work, but
no.
it was a full-on arts and crafts project, and we put them on stakes in the garden.
That's amazing.
awesome.
That's beautiful.
Sorry, this is what it made me think of.
Not allowed. Love it.
Welcome, Donovich. You want to have a see? Here, there's a seat here. Over there. Either way.
Yeah, Donovich comes in and like we talked about, you guys obviously had to bring some chairs up from the basement, which Helia and Sylvia did not mind going down there. Doru did not mind going down there. Anna didn't mind going down there. What they did mind was the fact that they had to take them all the way up to the attic to bring them all the way down to the first floor. And as that gets brought up, as you know, Donovich pulls up a chair and it starts getting talked about again and everything. Elvire and Nikolai just kind of smile, and Nikolai nods his head, and Elvire goes, "Actually, ladies, Nikolai and I, we kind of put our heads together, that he knows some people in Vallaki, that some builders, masons, woodworkers, and although after this party, you know, Nikolai has to go back to his family, and I do need to get back to the winery, you know, Yasmith has to go back to the smithy, but Doru said that he'd be willing to come over here every day. I'm sure it has nothing to do with the fact that Anna's here, but he would meet the workers over here, and we've come up with a couple ideas of remodeling this house for you ladies, kind of making it yours. We were just looking at, you know, we walked around earlier today and was looking at the house, and it's set up perfectly for what it was, but it's not set up perfectly for what it is, which is Our Lady's home. We need to make another, possibly two entrances to the basement. Um, the question becomes: do you still want them to be secret? Do you want it to be a secret entrance to the basement, or right there in the living room? Do you want us to go ahead and just put another door to the basement, or do you want it to be a secret door to the basement?
I don't think that we have anything worth hiding. Honestly.
Yeah, I don't know if
It's
that's
not a
I
hiding
don't think
thing.
we have.
No. Remy, you're not thinking big enough. The people who come after us, who are this house will last far longer than we will. We have to leave surprises for the next people.
The people who come after us are one vampire and the people who work with him.
I think she means the
Maybe just
adventuring
the-
parties that come after us after we've gone.
People.
Actually,
There's always more.
what about the boys? What about
We need to
Rose and
right.
Thorn? What about?
We
I
need to
mean-
leave them surprises and fun things to do. You know, there is a legend back in legend, I say. It was an actual real life person who she had taken her house in the suburbs and she had dug herself a basement and a massive labyrinth through that led out for like miles in each direction. And it was a massive labyrinth of rooms she made. She was legendary. I think her name was like Martha or something like that. But we gotta leave something for that for people to find.
What if it doubles while we're not here? Because a good portion of the time, we're in Vloki, we're off doing jobs. Barovia in particular is like, 11, 12 out. It's like an entire day to get here. It's a good day. So maybe we could set it up to where it has the functionality to where it's like our home, but then also we can do something from it. So like Rose and Thorn, for the most part, they're here alone, except for when
Selena?
not Stephanie. So, except for when Selena comes and visits them every once in a while to like clean and stuff. So what if instead of having to take like, this is a random idea, instead of all orphans having to go to Verloki, why don't we just set them up here?
I mean, yes, but
Pura's gonna message Emery and just like be kind of staring at her with big eyes and is like, have you ever heard of teleportation circles? And do you know how to make them?
DM, I'm assuming I've heard of teleportation circles
Yes,
before.
you have. Yes.
I have heard of teleportation circles before. I
if only we
believe
had my out loud, man. If only we had my particle mover, that would help.
Several of the men would turn and look at you, confused.
Oh. It.
I mean, if it moves things faster than a wagon, that would be wonderful.
It's
it
basically
is
like
type of magic
teleportation.
that I am not capable of learning at
I've
this
not seen
moment,
teleportation
but
circles.
also in
I guess doing it in
Barovia,
her head.
I'm talking to Sylvia.
Let them
Oh,
talk.
what? Okay.
Sorry, your turn.
Let them talk. Go. Sorry.
I know nothing about like I've heard of them. I've seen like powerful magic users make them, but it's always fascinated me as something that maybe could be possible to learn. And if we could set one up in the basement, then we wouldn't need to travel a day to get here.
I question if it would be possible because Strahd doesn't like when people move around his realm. Well, move
True.
out of his realm and into his realm. So this would be just moving around within his realm, but it would still be something that I would question if he would allow that type of magic.
All right.
But either way, like on a scale from like 1 to 9, that would be like a level 5.
And Remy, that's not a bad idea. I mean, I understand your feelings about the basement, but
Yeah.
Doru and Anna said there are lots of extra rooms down there, and there's beds down there, cots down there.
That would take a lot of building up to get to a point where that's okay for people to live. But it's an idea, because for the most part, I know Rose and Thorn don't particularly get out much, and I don't like the thought of us always leaving them, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But
Anna's
isn't the
planning on
reason-
staying here, so
isn't the reason though that the orphanage is right there is because it's right next to the church, and if there was a problem, all the kids could get into the church for safety?
No, it's on like the other side of the city.
But we don't have
You
that
want
opportunity here in Barovia. Like, there is no place for them to go that is safe. If Strahd decides that this house is too much of an inconvenience, burns it down, that's all of the kids.
You can do that in Valoki too. You know that.
Yes, but they have a chance to escape to a church that might be able to protect them. It's more chances. I don't know.
Wasn't it okay, out of character. Wasn't it Pura who brought up that he can enter a church anyway?
Yeah.
But we were also told that if they were right next to the bones, they could be safe. Because that's where we can talk and nobody can hear us.
From divination, not from Strahd.
True.
True.
But everybody in this room, except us, thinks that the church is safe. So I have a feeling they would all be thinking the same thing.
Okay, then I would look at you and kind of tilt my head in like a confused way when you say that
Also-
like the church is safe, and I'll just let it go.
Also, I'll nod. Also, I don't know if the lady that runs the orphanage wants to move here, and none of us are suddenly going to become teachers overnight.
Mm-hmm.
We're all fighters. Like,
I'm not expecting her to. This is like a long-term thing. Because eventually, they're not going to be around. Whether that's... I won't finish that sentence. It's a little bit
Elvira
too dark for it.
elbows you, Emery, and goes, "Did you hear that? You're a fighter now. You're all fighters."
I like to think that I always was, just in a different way.
Oh, we're just going to talk in our head. We're not going to whisper back and forth. You afraid I'm going to say out loud that you're a fighter in bed?
Oh,
They very specifically said that they didn't want to hear anything about that.
Oh, okay. Then I won't say it out loud. I won't say anything else out loud either.
Now you're just being a smartass.
Please, if you're going to be a smartass, join the rest of the table. There's a bunch of us here.
That was in their heads.
Her hand wasn't on her
dropped
nose.
it.
No, it wasn't.
I dropped it. So now you're being a smartass.
I'm
Already?
talking about our relationship and what we do behind closed doors.
gross.
great.
Fantastic.
I'm so glad that we can
Congratulations. I
travel
hope you
all the
enjoyed
way
yourself.
From Valoki to the windmill to Barovia with you, and most everything I know about you is exclusively your family and what you do in bed with my sister. Anything else you'd like to share?
I write poetry. That's how I
Good
got
for
your
you.
sister into bed.
Should have stopped one sentence sooner, my friend.
No, I thought it was kind of funny. No? Okay. But seriously, I write poetry. I can draw.
Does he still have his cupcake on his plate?
Yeah.
Cool.
Please do.
I would like to
please.
use Gus to lift it into it.
Yeah.
Please, please.
Why?
Wonderful story.
I probably had that coming.
Clean that up.
Maybe.
God.
Gotta-
You're like,
You
get
got a
up.
little something.
No, you're not the only one who writes poetry. I also write music, and if you were awake the entire time after you would your harrowing experience with the few adventurers you came in contact with,
You
might
actually have
gotten
a
me out.
beautiful voice.
Like, oh my, what are you talking? You haven't heard my voice.
Stop talking.
You were singing when you were playing, and I heard you.
You were asleep. I thought you were.
I heard you singing. Beautiful voice.
Okay, well that's reassuring. Thank you.
See? I can talk about other stuff.
We're getting there. You're learning.
Yeah. I'm learning.
I'm gonna take a napkin and just start hold his chin and just start wiping off the icing. And be like, you did deserve that.
Very much.
Probably.
All right, here's all the food. You all need help dishing up. I've got plates of veggies over here. I've got wolf steaks over here. They've all been seasoned with whatever I found in the woods. I promise it's edible. And we got some sauce over here. There's this lemonade-looking thing over here. I don't know. It's just kind of yellowish. It'll be delicious, though. I've already tasted it. It's great.
Anna leans forward and goes, Pura, you know we had seasoning in the pantry, right? You didn't have to go
I
pick
used a little
your
of
own.
that, too. We had a lot of steak.
Okay.
I got a little bit of everything.
It's better fresh than the dried stuff. The dried stuff's more of just like for rations and stuff.
It's probably really old, too, since it's been here a long time. Can
Yeah,
seasoning
plus
go bad?
Stella hasn't exactly been cooking while she's here. She lives with her dad, so
It can't go bad, but it does lose its potency, so you have to use more of it.
disintegrates after a long time.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Donovich goes,
Oh,
do you mind if I pray to the Morning Lord, thanking him for this
please.
fine meal?
Do you want us all to hold hands?
Is that a thing we do?
I don't know.
I didn't. Huh.
That's why
I've never-
I asked.
I've never thought of that. I mean, it's an idea, but I mean, I don't want to impose on anyone. I wanted to know if we could have just a few moments of silence while I can pray out loud if you want me to, but I was just gonna kind of bless the food for us.
Silence is.
It's been a long time since I've been to a church service kind of thing, so I wouldn't mind it, please.
Okay. I just didn't want to offend anyone, and I'm getting mixed signals, and I don't want to offend anyone in the home. To your home. Okay. Morning, Lord. I thank you for the blessing of this bountiful harvest. I thank you for the sisterhood. I thank you for the camaraderie and the friendships that we have here, Lord. And I just ask that you please allow your morning to come again tomorrow. And just allow us to survive another day in the prison of his that you allow us to be in. And just watch over us forever. Salah.
Salah.
Salah?
The law.
Guide
The
up
law.
first.
The law.
Ah.
Doru is the one that raises his head the slowest. And you see that Doru actually says a Salah after he finally raises his head. Being the son of a preacher man, it doesn't really surprise you that he did, but who do you think starts eating first, Helia?
Oh, Isaac, 100%. He's like
Let's
not
guess.
even. He's not even done with the blessing of the meal, and he's like reaching for a fork.
Is he using a fork?
Yeah,
We
the
will
one
make him civilized.
he's using the fork that was actually probably in there to grab the food. He's just using that one.
Stunning. He could use silverware, just not. Well,
Not his silverware.
it's fine. It's fine. It's all fine. It's fine.
So during dinner, who breaks the silence of chewing? And what do you break the silence of chewing with?
Probably start with house plans. I'd be like, okay,
Yeah.
so what are we thinking, like house building wise? Like, are we wanting to add an extension? Are we wanting to push out some of these walls? We've got a lot of like extra walls for random like closets and stuff that could be opened up to make a bigger room, which could be like a school room if we're making this into a thing for kids. It could be a place where we could like set up bunk beds, because we all don't need like our each own individual room. There's a lot of us. So if we could set it up in a way where we could sleep more for when we are in town, that could like, and she's like talking logistics.
Well, we were looking at, especially, we weren't going to change much down here. The second floor, there's a door that comes right out at the top of the stairwell. We were talking about blowing that, turning that into a wall, and rearranging the closet space. Get rid of what we've been told is called Farron's closet. We were going to be blowing out Farron's closet and actually making a walkout. So
Fine, it was glass anyway.
oh, okay. We wanted to make it to where there were, multiple larger rooms. I understand it's nothing personal against anyone who isn't in a relationship, but there's enough large beds in the home with the ones that we also have down in the basement that those people who are in relationships could have a larger bed, whereas the ones who are single could have a single bed. That's what we were thinking, but it's also because we're both in relationships, and I apologize for thinking that. We were assuming. I realize we shouldn't assume, but we were. We also looked at the music room on the third floor. We were thinking we could actually turn that into another master bedroom and make a smaller music room on the fourth floor where it's all storage. Yes, Remy.
I think Kelsey had her hand up first, right?
Yes,
Kelsey,
yes,
just let us know
Emery. Who's speaking is Nikolai.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll wait until they're got to a place where they've stopped in that conversation and it kind of dies out, and then I'll turn to Emery.
So we were talking about Victor earlier, and Sylvia had mentioned the particle shifter mover thingy.
Particle displacer.
Yeah, so in Victor's, like upstairs in the attic, they did have those teleportation circles there that were broken, and they had the teleportation circles upstairs in the coffin maker's house, which we copied down on a paper. And I think if we take those two, and maybe we go see someone who's really smart, they'd be able to fix them in a way where we could use something that's kind of similar. Like, I think and she'll snap and she'll like point over to Pura. The leader of the Dusk Elves. He seemed really smart. He had a lot of books. Who else do we know who has a lot of books? Because that's how you know people are really smart.
So, I mean,
Burgermeister does, but he doesn't strike me as the kind of person who would know about that.
he hasn't read any of them. I don't
I
think.
doubt it. I think it's
But
more of a
also-
status symbol for him.
I kind of like point at Emery. I don't know if Fangboy will even let us teleport in his realm.
Well, I didn't know
but
there
he
were
already did.
already teleportation circles in the realm, because then
Not
obviously
working.
those work.
Mm-hmm.
You what?
They're not working.
They're not, no. So you think that might just be because of the realm and not because the actual circles themselves are wrong?
It could be either or.
Oh.
The circle themselves would have very intricate types of text, rune, calligraphy, writing on them, but so that could be incomplete, or phrasing could be wrong, at least based on how I've studied it. But like I was
thought was we were going to be heading by the Dusk Elves on the way back, so it might be another stop, but we don't particularly need to if you don't think it's viable.
I think it's worth an ask. And what's worse
Definitely
than
worth
saying
an
no?
ask. I think part of the issue is we're not positive what Strahd allows in his universe and what he doesn't.
I
That's
think he
true.
does not
Like the-
It's not
allow
like we can just ask him.
I didn't like the Invisa House thing you did.
he didn't like the invisible house thing that I did.
I guess it would technically be a Visa room because it's just the one.
It was big. It was like the invisible tent. We can do that.
Emery.
Yeah, but it was
in
like
in
twice
your
the
head,
whole room.
Emery. You
It's a
hear,
dome.
Miss Emery. It's Felix. Miss
Okay.
Emery.
Yes, Felix.
There's
put up my hand.
there's two of those things you talk about. There's two in Valaki. There's one in there's one at that coffin guy's house. I remember that when I was looking through my eyes and he was in control. I remember seeing it, and I remember talk of there being one in Victor's room.
Yes, I believe that's what Remy was talking about. Those two circles.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just overheard, and I just wanted to let you know there were two.
Felix, you don't have to apologize.
Okay,
Thank you for letting me know.
you're welcome.
So Felix was confirming that there were two teleportation circles. That there was one in the coffin maker's house, and one in Victor's man cave.
Yeah, we destroyed the one in the. We destroyed the one in the coffin maker's house.
Yeah, we healed the wood. It was like a whole thing.
It was really
Sure,
cool.
it was neat.
So
It was very
did that
cool.
one work?
Yes, but it worked at bringing vampire spawn to there. It wasn't one that sent things away, and besides that, that's pretty much all we knew about it. My only thought was maybe if you put the unfinished one and the finished one together, maybe you figure out what stuff is the same, and then you could look in a book and maybe put together how to do it. But that's probably not in the cards, is it? Is that not how this works?
No, it is. I that's kind of how more complicated spells end up shaken out. Is you have to figure out what went right in some spell and what didn't go right in others, and kind of build it up from there. It's very complicated, and I don't have the schooling for it, but I do know of it.
It might be a bit too dangerous considering. Yeah.
So, when I was talking with Pura about it earlier, I was explaining on a scale from 1 to 9 that it's a level 5 spell, and I am only.
It's really hard to figure out.
You might need to give me a little bit of time, but it's not far.
It
from
looked
the
like it was
future.
in a different language. Like the symbols were all wonky in a way that isn't like a word.
I'd have to take a look at it. Sometimes they could be in Draconic, sometimes they could be runic in base. It depends on the caster. But from what I do know, that you're usually teleporting to something more permanent. Like if I were to make a teleportation circle to teleport us somewhere, there would need to be a more permanent one for me to get us there. It's not like I can just boop us to any place.
Like you just draw on the ground and then you like touch it or something. I don't know how it works. I was just bringing it up.
It's like burned into wood, and you would need one here and one there, and there would have to be a permanent one there and a permanent one here. And if that one gets messed up, the whole thing cancels.
One could be temporary, but one has to be permanent.
Yeah, I think it has to be known. Like a druid can teleport through trees, but they have to know the tree on the other side.
Then
know a tree?
Mm-hmm.
Then could
you know a tree? You just like wait, like they've seen it before?
They've seen it before, like they know that tree.
Okay.
They're friends.
Theoretically, you put the permanent teleportation circle on like my backpack, and we can and so we have a portable permanent teleportation circle.
10 foot.
10 feet?
10 feet.
We can draw it on a piece of laminated paper, and we could fold it up. And
no, she's explained this before. We all remember what the lacrimate. Then
lamination.
What it is. You'll get there eventually. We put it
like
on a big
everlasting paper.
Everlasting paper. We put it on a big piece of paper. We fold it up. We keep it with us. We unfold it when we need to, and we teleport people off.
Ladies, it is 8:03. Let's take a hydration, stretching the legs, kissing the wife break.
Okay. When you're at the fighter, we hand wave it and just move on.
Be more than 7.5 minutes to get to your wife. Just saying.
I'll probably let the dog outside. I'm gonna get some ice water. I'm grabbing grapes. I'll probably go pee.
Okay.
Then I'm gonna kiss
Thank you
my
everybody
wife.
for tuning in.
Or
We will
kiss my
see you
wife.
in 7.5 minutes. We will be right back. Don't go anywhere. The fun of us talking around a dinner table will continue.
Yes.
Yes.
Be right back. And I am back. Hey, how you doing?
Good. So, Sonny, what were the dice you got yesterday?
They were the vampire blood dice from Totally Awesome.
Totally awesome.
I keep saying tortily, but it's actually turtly. But yeah. And yeah, they're vampire blood, and Mr. Laughing Jester got a set also. So we are, in his exact words, we are blood brothers.
Okay.
How was work today?
I had to find ways to keep myself busy for a lot of the time. And then I finally heard back about the approvals that I was waiting for at like 4. And I had training on quality management. So lots of trainings. Hey, but Teddy, guess what?
What?
My book's out.
It is, isn't it?
So pretty. I think I have 7 reviews on Amazon now.
Nice.
All of them 5 stars.
Nice. That's what you were saying this morning.
Yeah.
That is what you said this morning. Let's see what else is going on here.
I don't know. I say a lot of things in the morning. I say a lot of things.
Do you?
But yeah, so far I'm really enjoying my job.
Good. I'm glad you do. Glad you do.
It's hard to believe that 2 weeks have gone by already.
Sorry, I'm late coming back. I was doing my skincare routine.
Everyone was late except for, well, except for Kelsey. I mean,
Thank you.
I was
feel my
almost
walk
on time.
I needed to take my mascara off. It was bothering my eyes. And then I was like, I'm gonna wash my face. I'm gonna do the whole thing.
Because you can't just do one step. You got to do all the steps.
Wrong.
Can't just do one step. I have to. Once I'm there, I'm like, I'm committed to the 4 steps.
Because by the time we're done here, I do not want to do any of it. And it's like my worst
No.
skincare night. Oh, yeah.
And then I just want to roll right into bed.
See, it's my best skincare night because I'm usually wearing makeup for stream. And so I
So you
actually
have to take it off.
So I have to take it off and I have to do the cleansing. And so it's usually I don't wear as much. So it's just like conk on other nights. But if I conk, then it's all like on my pillow and
Fair. I'm usually really,
So
really
valid.
good about it. But today has been a no makeup, no nothing kind of day. I straightened my hair. I was like, it's fine. We're just rolling with it.
That'd be okay.
You still
I'm
look-
usually like a
his hair
no
too,
makeup.
can you tell?
What?
Said he straightened his hair too, can you tell?
I know, it looks so good.
Thank you.
Does look really good.
Do all 3 of you? I mean, if anyone, I'm sure Kelsey does, but do any of you 3 know Renee, Cuba's Broken Arrow? She's on Monday nights.
I know Renee.
Okay.
Yes?
She has the longest skincare routine I have ever heard of in my entire life. It is ridiculous. When she was here last year for the gathering, it was crazy. I mean, she was in the bathroom for a good 45 minutes.
Yes. I am pretty sure. Yes, we've like direct messaged on Discord about our skincare routines.
I mean, she has a
I used-
she has a very young looking face.
I used to
she
do the
has, like, a
Korean
16-step
10
skincare routine.
step.
A 10
But I
Yes.
got it down to just yeah. But now I just have it down to an oil cleanse, a foam cleanse, a serum or a toner if I'm feeling up to it, but normally just like a retinol and a moisturizer for night. In the morning, it's just like a vitamin C and sunscreen. Wear your sunscreen.
Yes.
Wear your sunscreen.
Sunscreen's so important.
That is the
Sunscreen
key.
is so important.
Retinol, sunscreen, vitamin C will keep your skin so happy.
Do you have to
Those are
do
the-
your cleansing and everything even if you don't wear makeup that day?
Yes, because you're
Yes,
still
because you have
sweating
to
in
get the
oil.
sunscreen out. And yep.
And like dirt
Although
and
I
grime.
don't double cleanse
hair.
if I'm not wearing makeup. I'll just do
Makeup.
like a foam cleanse.
Yeah.
I've never been
I'm
so
super
happy
paranoid
to do
about
it.
I've never.
You should still take
I've
care
never
of your
been a part
skin.
of this conversation.
No, I have
I'm
a
so
very
paranoid
I have
about
a very dry T-zone.
Yeah.
And you don't hear many guys talk about a T-zone. But Corbin has laughed at me before because I talk about my T-zone.
I have, because I was not expecting the word T-zone to come out of your mouth. Still not. It was a surprise the second time too.
I carry moisturizer in my truck just because of my T-zone. So
good. Moisturized.
Your skin is your largest organ. Take care of it well.
Mm-hmm.
It's true.
are we gonna
I
wait
got
until
here-
during COVID whenever everybody was wearing masks because I would break out so bad. And I was like, what's the point in me doing my makeup if my skin isn't nice underneath of it? Like, makeup can only do so much.
Oh yeah. I used to be a working makeup artist when COVID hit, and I just stopped doing my makeup as much, and I was like, well, I guess I'm done with that.
Oh.
Like, I love it.
Wild.
I still love it, and I would do like, if I could go back, I think I'd do more like SFX type makeup.
Mm-hmm.
But
That's cool.
I don't do big beauty stuff anymore.
we raised our girls understanding that makeup is there to enhance the beauty that already exists. Makeup will never make you beautiful. It can only enhance what's already there.
Yep.
So,
Mm-hmm.
No amount of
thankfully-
makeup can ever fix this chin.
not true, Sealer. No? Really?
What did you say?
You could do super glue.
Sealer.
What about Sealer?
What about
Arf?
it?
You could
Fix the
seal the chin. You could fix the chin with sealer. Like
I don't think
fill
that's a thing.
fill it up.
I don't think that's a thing.
Never mind. It was
Okay.
funny to me.
Wrong crowd. Sorry.
I'm just thinking she always makes fun of like my bald head and everything, so I was gonna try to make fun of her chin and I failed miserably.
Go for it.
No, you make fun of her attention span.
What attention span?
Exactly.
Yay!
Thank you for setting up the joke for him, Kaden. Anytime.
I'm here every day.
It's fine
Oh,
until
we-
other people say things.
No.
Okay, so ladies, as we get back to it, if you look at
And there he
the
goes.
map, the top one is what it looks like currently. The bottom is the proposed image, the proposed floor plan. I'm not done yet building the wall and fixing that bottom bedroom, but there's going to be a wall that goes like this.
Oh, Albert kicked me out again.
No? Okay.
Wow.
Somebody just went
Albert
across the
kicked me
screen.
out. I can't see it.
What about the stream? You want to
Left.
go on the stream? Who's that?
That's me.
Nope.
That's
How
not
did I
me.
do
I'm
that?
the problem.
Okay.
I found the markers.
Great. So anyway,
So
talking
thrilled.
about putting a wall right there to where the library is on one side of the room, of one side of the house, and then yeah, there's gonna be a wall right there. Okay. Making this a small balcony for this bedroom that was part of. Originally, it was part of Farron's closet.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's this bedroom with this balcony. Added a bathroom onto the onto the second floor because y'all didn't have one. That removes that doorway that's there. And kind of opens it up. I also am adding a banister because you guys have too many kids for that banister to just be non-existent.
Yeah.
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 Also removed 2 of the suits of armor and put them on the first floor. Could add a doorway right here, like we have on the first floor, going into the basement stairwell. Not necessary, but could. I think the library is important, but the library could also become another bedroom if necessary.
Okay.
Moving to the 3rd floor.
No. Yep.
Currently, this is what the 3rd floor looks like. Third floor proposed. Here's the proposal. Changes would be that we are turning the nursery into this little like breakfast nook for that bedroom. Instead of having that, we are taking out the secret door into the attic and putting the doorway right there. Those are the only real changes on this floor.
All right.
The massive changes are on the attic level. Or the 4th floor. I know, Twitch, this is like riveting, but you know, you'll be okay.
You're a retention man.
Okay, so like I said, we moved the music room to the 4th floor instead of storage.
Okay. Why do we need a music room?
Because you have a bard.
Me?
We have a piano. And where else are you gonna put it?
The children should have a well-rounded education.
Oh my gosh.
If you're gonna do an
They're gonna come out
orphanage,
of
shouldn't
this
you have a music room
exclusively
for them?
knowing
Come on.
music, how to shoot a bow, how to cook cupcakes, and maybe by the end of it they'll count to 10.
Mm-hmm. But it'll have a practical education.
Based on
Now-
real world skills
Out of
and
people.
applications.
Now, I could take out a bunch of chairs
College
because you
is
don't
the-
have to
the
have all the
school is
chairs in
for-
there. And it could be a music room and the library to where, you know, instead of all those chairs, you have all the bookcases to where there'd be the library and the music room. Could combine it. Other changes. This open floor plan right here. All that open space. I built a nice closet / pantry. I mean, not pantry, but closet and storage, and put an actual commode upstairs so you have a bathroom on the 4th floor, but not for showering or washing or anything else. added windows in the secret stairwell that's no longer a secret stairwell. Added some windows to bring in some daylight. Added some more windows on this floor, right there. Yeah. Those are the additions to the 4th floor.
Sweet. Nice.
But that does give you, and then on this could become more of a master bedroom. Another, because I'm not done. I was going to add a 3rd bed in this room to where this would become the boys' room. And then this could be Thorn's room by herself. But, you know, I mean, why do you need a music room? Why do you need a bedroom for a ghost, right, Pyrrha? I mean, you know, let's be insensitive. Don't need a music room. You don't need a bedroom for a ghost.
Yeah, they can sleep with the other kids. They don't need a bed either. How much money do we have here? Like, what? Come on.
Quite a bit, honestly.
That was my question.
Let's
Who's
be
funding
practical.
this project?
Yeah,
We do technically have quite a bit of cash, and we're doing decently well. We also are in and have a good amount of favors for the people who have the supplies to do this.
Okay.
we're rich enough to wear perfume now.
Here's the other 2 suits of armor that I was talking about. One is in the center of the stairwell, and then the other one's like right there in front of that door that's going to be there. It's either going to be secret or not.
That
and
we
then
sell the armor.
this could
and
be a
turn it into
bookcase.
books.
And
No,
this
we
was
need
going to be just
We don't need suits of armor.
I do! I need to
No.
talk to Yasmith about getting me a suit of armor, and we need to
We
trade
don't
them.
want
We
those.
made a promise to him that we would get him metal. We can sell them to Yasmith in exchange for, well,
My
money.
God,
and the-
that's even
and
her
armor.
man, and she's like, "No, we don't need to."
No, I'm saying we don't need the suits of armor.
Oh,
She was
okay.
saying we should keep them, and I'm like, that's dumb.
No,
we
we
don't
give
need
them-
suits of armor.
No, we made a promise, and we made a deal with Yasmith. We would bring him metal in exchange for, like, him helping us and whatever. We made a promise. I need a suit of armor, because I'm currently rocking chainmail.
I think we
It's
also
not
have
great.
like old tools and stuff that the hunters had that we were planning on giving to him. We just never like sat down and gave it to him because all hell broke loose.
There's still in the bag of holding. We also have all those candlesticks.
We have a lot of candlesticks.
We have a lot of
It
candlesticks.
could be melted down.
I only have so many
would that
spells
get
to
rid of
get rid of
the
divination on those.
Would melting them get rid of the spell?
Probably
I don't know.
if you destroy the thing.
It was the candlestick holders, y'all. It wasn't just the candlesticks themselves. And it
Yeah, the
wasn't
holders are metal,
just,
we could melt.
Eat the candles.
Candles aren't made out of metal, so if they
and
were,
it wasn't just
those are
candles
very
and
bad
candlestick holders.
candles.
There were other things too that, as I recall,
Anyway.
I was explaining it, and as is usual on a Thursday night, as I'm talking, I immediately start getting talked over, and I just shut down and let you all continue. Pick up my drink and wait my turn. And then you go quiet? Really? And then you go quiet.
You asked.
You wanted to
I
talk.
thought you were having a main character moment.
You are.
Oh.
I was gonna let you have it.
So, the floor plans get discussed. What else is being discussed during dinner? Because I know there were a couple conversations that people have talked to me about during the week that they thought might come up during dinner, or they might want to bring up during dinner, or they were afraid wouldn't come up during dinner.
Okay. Sylvia is going to very, very subtly message Pyrrha. Psst. Hey. Do you have a minute?
Yeah.
Okay. Come meet me in the closet. Very subtly for Sylvia. She just stands up and walks out of the room.
Which closet?
Looks around for a second to see when there is a break in the conversation. Kind of like gives a nod to Yesmith as if like, I'm gonna be right back. Like, hold on. As she gets up and leaves.
As Pyrrha comes rounding the corner, because first floor has that closeted area, you just see the door.
Farron's closet?
Is it Farron's closet?
Mm-hmm. Is that Farron's
That's
closet?
upstairs. No, that one's not. Farron's is upstairs.
Oh,
Okay, thank goodness. I did not want to go into that one.
I never come back out again.
Trapped in there.
Sure.
You just see the door whip open as Sylvia reaches out and grabs you and pulls you into the closet.
My gosh. Are you alright? What's going on?
Nothing to panic about. Calm down. No,
All right.
I wanted to. That mind shield spell. Could you do it now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you feel him talking to you?
No, not yet. Not yet, but I want to be prepared. Can you?
Right.
Can you?
Yeah, for sure. Hold on, let me see if it has any flavor text at all. I don't think it does. For sure not. Okay, I'm gonna use protection from evil and good, and it lasts for 10 minutes. And I guess visually you'll just see like the necklace glow. Kira's gonna just like touch your hand and be like, it's all right, and you're gonna feel like a little bit warmer, like your resolve to fight things is just a little bit firmer than it was a minute ago.
All you see is her let out a breath, but she looks like she's been holding constantly as tension just drains away from her just for a moment before she is back to being upright and stiff. Thank you, Bruh. Yes? We're all right.
So
We fixed it. We're fine. We're doing well.
You're doing so good. I know this is scary because it's uncharted territory. You're not used to any of this. None of us are, but you especially. I'm sorry you're going through this. You're not alone. We're all right here for you.
Thank you, Pyrrha. Though I will admit at this time, a pep talk will not do me any good. And though I appreciate your effort, there's nothing that's going to fix this. Ever.
Ever? You've already had it off for a while, and nothing's happened.
Yeah, I already had... It's already been a day. I've already had, like, an anxiety attack or a panic attack. I don't know what it's called. Apparently they're different. I don't know. I went and hid in a closet upstairs. No one found me. I don't really care too much to talk about it. But no, nothing is going to fix this until I get that ring back. And I'm not getting that back because Felix needs it more. Or... Felix? No. Hunter. Or Simon. Or... whichever one, whatever name he decides he is going to choose next. He might be a Hubert next. That would be an interesting name if he ended up choosing that one. Yes, actually, it's French.
It's probably more likely to be Walter with how many we've had of those.
We have had quite a few, surprisingly. This would be like 3? Statistically, you would think such a small dimension with so few people, they'd have a more variety of names or, like, less common ones. Though, I guess that's like the John. Is Walter like the John of the world?
Part of being a general or the leader is to have good mental resolve. And you had that before you came here.
I was never a leader.
Yes,
That's why
you were.
I'm here in the first place. I was barely a second in command. And even then, I messed up being a leader so bad I got suspended and my fiance in a wheelchair. And the entirety of my squad dead.
It was an accident.
That I was in charge of. It doesn't matter
Yes.
who. It doesn't matter if it was an accident or not. Someone takes responsibility, and that's me. I am a terrible leader. That's why I don't lead. That's why
Yeah.
Remy, out of everyone, has been leading this entire thing.
Okay.
You guys are inside the closet?
We are inside the closet.
The leader takes responsibility for the actions of the people they are in charge of. You took responsibility for those losses. You are the leader. Maybe not of this group because you don't have the confidence, but it's not that you don't have the ideas or the skill or the training. I've seen it. There's times where you like take full control of the situation and handle it just fine. You're just overthinking it.
Better
And
than
that's
thinking.
true. Look at Isaac. It is better to overthink and to question yourself and to learn from others. But to say that you don't have any leadership skills is just kidding yourself. You're trying to take away the responsibility by saying that you don't have the skill. If you are the one that can make the pies, but you don't want to make them, you're going to tell everybody you're a bad chef. You're just not taking the responsibility for the skills that you do have. And we're not really in a position where you can just set down your skills and hope somebody else will take over. You are a genius who understands combat. I've seen it myself. I'm not just blowing platitudes because I think that it'll make you feel better. You've done a call to action to pretty much every single one of us, not to mention survived all of the changing of dimensions all by yourself. I needed Helia or I was going to start freaking out. You dealt with an entire group of people from a different dimension and led them all back to safety. When push comes to shove, you know what you're doing. You're just worried about it.
I am. I am terrified to mess up. I am beyond terrified because every time I do, someone else pays the price. And I can't let that happen again, Pura. I can't let you or Helia or Farron or Emery or Remy pay the price of my folly. This Penguin Strahd, if I mess up, Strahd's not going to come after me. He is going to snap Felix's neck. He is going to tear every single one of you limb from limb if I say something wrong. The only one who can get away with being slightly mouthy or messing up is Farron, and that is only because of a family tie from a past life. Which is also a really weird sentence to say out loud.
And a very thin line.
Very thin, razor sharp. We're going micro with this. I can't help not being afraid. I can't help stepping back and trying to be silent or trying to get in the way of whatever is happening. I understand. And I'm happy that that's not the word, but I'm happy that you see something that I don't in me. I'm happy that you are willing to take a step forward and try to encourage the people around you to be the best they can be. but I'm not there yet to be able to. And until I can get over myself, I don't know what I am going to do. And this is making everything worse.
Kira's gonna grab your hand, which looks silly because she's doing it like this. But we've done this before, so it's like uppies, but not.
Up.
I understand, and I'm not trying to like pressure you or make you feel like this is something that you have to do or something you even have to get over. But just because you are scared doesn't mean that you are not capable. And it is totally correct to be scared. We are facing insurmountable odds. Clear, like groups before us have tried and failed over and over again. We are trying something that is nothing but proven to fail at this point. And I know you already know, but like, we're all here for you. We all see the work that you're putting into this, and I know that this is not helpful in the moment, but it's true. And just because you don't feel ready doesn't mean that we're not all making a space for you to be able to do it. When you feel comfortable, even if it's baby steps, we're all here for you. We don't have any idea what we're doing. We're all just trying to work together and figure it out.
Thank you, Kira. You know, you and I are not too different, because I'm pretty sure that's almost word for word what I said to Emery. We're decently close. Same sentiment.
What's wrong with Emery? Does she need a pep talk too? Oh, God.
We all need
a pep talk.
We all need a pep talk, and we keep saying the same things over and over again. It just keeps getting repeated between people.
She's gonna like squeeze your hands.
Okay, hello.
You are in a relationship.
Yes.
What do you do when they won't stop staring at you?
Okay. Oh, you have asked the wrong person, but I do appreciate the sentiment. Give me a moment. What did I do with him?
You're like a week away from marriage, right?
Yes.
Your
I just let him
relationship's
look.
not functional, but I'm sure that they stared at you the same way. Yes, they're staring at me.
Excuse you, it's a plenty functional relationship.
It's weird, and we agree.
I'm Ace. It's a different thing. I just let him look.
I'm saying that it is different.
I just let him look because what the heck am I gonna do? He's trying to flatter you because he likes you. Give him something else to look at. That's a bad one. Don't take that advice.
You charismatic?
I'm charismatic when I need to be. I'm not naturally this way. You've seen me.
All right. I'll just wing it.
No, don't. Well, that actually might work. Have you ever ask him stupid questions? Throw his brain off of wherever it's landing currently.
Your favorite color? That's all I can think of.
Ask him what his stance on warthogs are.
Now I'm gonna have to. No. Also, we're gonna have to explain why we were in this closet.
No one knows we're in the closet.
Tell him you were playing hide and go seek with me.
Who is that? Hold on. Which one is it?
It's Thorn.
It sounds like Hunter. Oh, is it?
No. I'm not Thorn. It was Rose.
Rose, next time, you have to announce your presence when you enter a room. Especially when people are hiding.
I was in here first.
What?
Why are you at the table with everybody?
Because we're playing hide and go seek.
Oh.
Gosh. Who's winning?
Well, they haven't found me yet, but you two are being really loud.
All right.
Okay.
We'll leave. We'll tell them you weren't in there.
Fine.
They'll definitely turn around and go somewhere else.
And I won't tell anyone that you're afraid and that you don't like being pushed around.
Thank you. It's because she's short. She nods and then walks out the door.
Do you need anything? Are you good?
I'm good.
It didn't pick you. Your mic did.
Good.
Okay. Okay, bye.
Don't say bye, I'm hiding.
Sylvia just walks straight back in and sits down at the dinner table like nothing happened.
Kira does a couple of awkward circles in the kitchen before slowly walking after her like they totally weren't together.
I'd make a bachelorette joke here, but I don't think either of them have gotten to that point yet, so we'll just let that slide.
That too.
Nick, we're gossiping the whole time.
You're like, that was totally gossiping. They went to the bathroom at the same time? Yeah, uh-huh. Sure.
So, Emery,
Yes,
do you have a family?
I
Let's not so suddenly
Yeah.
get into this.
have a very small family. I have a mother and I have a father, and both of them are estranged from their families. They were both
Yes, that's how it works.
illegitimate children
Born
from,
out of wedlock.
yes, matters of affairs from one elvish parent and one human parent.
So is that like taboo where you're from?
Oh, yeah.
They don't talk about it a lot. And they've never really taken me back to see the elvish city that they were born in. But they will travel to get elvish goods because that's what they do, is they're merchants selling elvish goods in the city where my college is. So, but then it's just us. So,
Fascinating.
I know it's riveting.
Cool.
Elvira,
But they were always very-
Elvira took your hand as soon as the question got asked.
I just gave it a little squeeze. My nannies were always very kind to me.
Nannies?
Nikolai smirks and goes, "Yeah, I like this. Getting to know each other around the table. Remy, what about your family?"
I was in the middle of taking a drink of water and I nearly spit it. What about them?
Well, I mean, do the sisters know much about your family? I figure since Emery's sharing about her mom and her dad, and maybe you could just talk about your family.
Oh, okay, yeah. So, surprise, surprise, I also have a mom and a dad, but I kind of have a second one. I don't know how to go for that. Well, okay, so my dad was around for about like the first 7-9 years, somewhere around there. My mom, she worked over at a tavern in Onoa, and they met there. They had me and my brother, and we're twins, and for the most part, things went fine. My dad worked as basically like a bounty hunter, and my mom worked in the tavern with her family because they wanted to make sure that she was close and safe. She's not the
sharpest tool in the shed when it comes to making life decisions, and that's pretty consistent most of the time. But anyway, one day he just didn't come home. We don't know what happened to him. So, like a few years down the road, my mom decided to completely change her life and go find herself with a traveling band of weirdos called the Tuathonin, and met my stepfather there. And we traveled with them ever since, and they had my little sister. Her name is Reverie. She goes by Vashta, though. That's, yeah.
Yeah, you kind of leave off there, honey. Why don't you go on?
I don't know what to tell them. Like, what?
What was it like being a traveler?
It... There's a king called Drassic, and he's basically hell-bent on taking over the entire continent. And so some of the land is his, and others belong to other countries, and there's been a pretty significant war going on, where he's trying to take over everything. So pretty much anywhere you go, there's destruction. There's gallows, there's guards, there's usually something going on pretty much everywhere. So there's good parts and there's bad parts. You get to see the sea, and you get to see the sunsets, and you get to travel to see a bunch of different people, and the Tuathonin alone have met a ton of different races just because of the search for the song. So I feel very lucky that I've gotten to experience so much in such a short time, but there's drawbacks too, because you get to see everything. Good, the bad, the pretty, the ugly. And, I don't know, I think I tried my best to shelter Vashta from a good portion of that, but, I'm very close to my mom. She... I don't think I would make half the decisions that she's made in her life, but she's kind in a way that you don't find a lot of people. And it sounds kind of silly, but sometimes I'd make up stories to like come and bring to her to ask her for advice so she'd feel smart and important. And she always, I don't know, she's always around. I don't know. My brother, Rafa, he's basically my best friend. And, I don't know where he is either. That was, not a super happy story. But my mom and my sister are waiting for me whenever we get back.
Hey, Kiloxia, thank you for raiding. I greatly appreciate the raid. Thank you.
Welcome. We just went through emotions.
Yeah, we were dealing with emotions when you showed up.
We're dealing with it.
We're dealing with it, baby.
We're dealing with it, baby.
We had a character kind of going through some emotions with her backstory. So,
yeah.
This is Curse of Strahd, the extended edition.
Good luck, don't die. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that.
Ismark looks over at you and goes, "I'm really sorry to hear that it's rough like that. War-torn countries can be rough on everyone. They really
It's
can."
honestly not that different from here. And there was a good 2 years or so where I was working in the capital trying to actually working in the court as a musician, trying to get information on what happened to my brother. So that was also very interesting. It's a completely different lifestyle that these people live, and they have no idea what the average person goes through. The people who are below them, who can't like afford all of that, it's like they're completely different species almost. It's weird.
No,
Is that why you were a spy?
What?
You said you were a spy.
Yes.
Huh. Just backstory information. Keep going.
My job was one to get information on where my brother is, where they took him, and the other is trying to get information to the people who are fighting against Strahd, the Resistance. They call me a grinner.
A grinner.
It is.
A grinner.
Gotcha.
As I tell stories and I play music and I make people happy. And after a while, when you're the loudest thing in the room, no one really suspects that you're doing anything else.
They took your brother.
Got in our favor a couple times, I think.
That is a... Yes. Yes, they did. He's always had a very strong sense of justice, and it really impacted him in a way he couldn't quite get over whenever he saw people in pain and people going through things that we couldn't necessarily help him with. And there's... Do you know anything about the Way of the Leaf?
I don't.
Naruto.
I do have a brother though, who also very strong sense of justice.
Yeah.
And we have a lot in common there.
Yeah, pretty much. So the Way of the Leaf, the idea of it is that a leaf is born, it grows, and eventually it drops from the tree, and it does nothing but go wherever the wind takes it until eventually it just dies and falls to the ground, and it makes room for more leaves to grow. And the idea is that there's always going to be tyrants, and there's always going to be pain, and it doesn't necessarily matter if you go out of your way to make it better, because there's always going to be more. So if nothing else, it's better to do no harm if you can't do no good. And they're pacifists. They will stand around and they will let soldiers kill their family, because at least then they didn't kill anybody. It's not on them anymore. And there's a great deal of trust that comes with that. Where if you have nomads who are wandering through your village and they're well known for being pacifists, no one's going to bat an eye that you're coming through. No one's going to stop you, because you will do no harm to anybody. But at the same time, you won't defend yourself either. And my brother didn't entirely believe in the Way of the Leaf. And there was one day where he had taken a dagger from a guard. And he brought it to me, and and he told me that he was going to keep it under his bed, just in case. That if, for some reason, someone in the Tuathonin had broken the law, or said something bad about Drasig, or had done something where he'd need to step in, that at least he would be doing something, instead of just waiting for something to happen to him. And I told him he was stupid, and I told him that there's bigger things that he can do with his life besides just throwing it away for a thing that doesn't matter. And there was one day where the guards basically found him because he had stolen the dagger from them, and they came to come get them. And he yelled for me to help him, and to go get what was under his bed. And I stood there.
How
It
old
was only
were you?
4.
Give up your morals for his.
You were 4.
There was only 4 guards. No, there was only 4 guards. And I could have done something. But at the same time, if you're the only person in an entire caravan who's willing to step up and do anything, the first thing they're going to do is turn around and get the rest of you. And they won't defend themselves. And it's not okay.
Nikolai
takes your hand.
Yeah.
Now both your hands are being held. One hand held by Helia, one hand held by me. And you
don't know if
feel
this helps.
Mimi wrap around you tighter, like holding you.
Pressure therapy.
Fresh.
I don't know if this helps, but coming from a soldier, somebody who does fight, I think holding strong to your convictions is just as brave as holding on to a dagger. Your brother made his choice, and you made yours. I don't
That's
think
not true,
either
though.
is necessarily incorrect.
That's not true though, because he's gone.
But he might still be
Could be
here.
anywhere.
He made that choice. He made that choice. You didn't make it for him. I know
I
it
am
doesn't bring him back. He's responsible for himself. I have a brother myself. And he made the choice to leave me when I decided to take up the dagger.
You've told me about your brother and how he's a pacifist, yeah.
But
Well-
I don't
Kind of-
begrudge him for that choice. And I don't think your brother, if he loves you as you say you love him, would begrudge you for yours either.
I'm not so sure. You didn't hear him call my name when Zeus drug away.
She's just gonna squeeze her hand.
I'll squeeze back.
You'll see backstepping a tiny bit when you were talking about your like mom and stuff. Like Pura got way too into what you were saying and was just like all ears listening.
You feel sympathy for dumb people?
No.
Wow.
As it gets a little bit like calmer as that like topic dies, Pura's gonna kind of like sheepishly be like, so is that what like having a mom was like? Someone you could just go and talk to whenever?
For the most part, yeah.
My heart.
For the most part, yeah. And
Siren is like
They're
sobbing
always
into her mashed
Farron, Helia, and Remy, what's your
They're always-
passive?
supportive,
Oh,
beautiful sometimes.
Farron, Helia, Remy, what's your
Perception?
passive?
perception?
16.
Passive perception,
9.
16? 9, okay.
9? Jeez.
No,
Remy, what's
15.
yours?
16.
16, and you said yours is 16 also?
15.
15.
Wisdom has a -1, guys. It's fine.
So, Helia doesn't notice, but she's also probably looking at Remy. Farron and Remy, you both see Elvire. He like goes like this for a second, you know, to like block Emery from seeing, right? And then sees Ismark next to him and just starts rubbing his arms, his temples, and you can see that he's crying.
Oh,
Why?
Okay, Farron's also crying into her mashed potatoes.
you declare
I imagine you're not even just like sitting there and crying, but you're crying while you're shoveling the mashed potatoes, which is so much funnier.
Yeah.
He's still eating.
But it's okay, because Isaac like reaches across the table, bumping into Nikolai, which bumps into Remy, so that he can get another piece of wolf steak.
Oh my gosh. Oh, bless this man.
man.
This man.
Yeah,
To go
you're
after
heavy.
our heart.
Anyway, it's dinner time.
Well, we're still eating.
Yep.
I mean, I always had the priestess that I could talk to, or my goddess, I should say, but she didn't always talk back, and there were a lot of days where I didn't talk to anybody. I had my dad, but he was more of a strict ruler. He worked under the king as like an advisor, so everything I did showed bad on him if it wasn't perfect. we didn't talk much. So I always wondered what it would be like to like have a mom or a sister where you could like go and talk to them about anything.
Oh, I wouldn't talk to Veshta about anything. I know better. But, what happened to your mom?
She died, giving birth to me, and it was held over my head every minute. My father went into a great depression when I was born, because he didn't actually want kids. It was my mom that wanted kids, and when she died giving birth to me, he saw that as like me being the murderer that took away the only thing he cared about. So I became just a tool in his arsenal to get further ahead in the court.
Sounds lonely.
It was. I think that's why I leaned so heavily into my goddess, is I really had nothing else. So it's really cool that you had like family you could go and lean on and build relationships with.
In every corner of the caravan.
While Pura is talking, she's gonna like leave her hand open for Yasmith, not like put it in his way, but like it's open.
He takes your hand. Like this. He does take your hand.
Okay. When she's done talking, she'll kind of look at him like, yeah.
Family's important.
Yeah.
Family's very important.
I have a lot of family, Yasmith.
I had my brother. We was always thick as thieves. We was. We did everything together. He used to kid me that the whole reason he had to be born first 2 years ahead of me is to escape me, because I wouldn't stay away from him. Said the only time he ever got mom alone to himself was the 2 years before I escaped. We had older siblings too, but you know, by the time I was born, they was already helping out and everything, doing the duties that they were supposed to be doing, and so my brother and I, we were basically best friends. We looked almost exactly alike. People used to always call us Elvish twins.
Elvish?
There's no Irish.
Thank you for catching on to that.
The French are canon, but not the Irish. They can F off for a bit.
The French dug their own graves by kissing like that.
True.
They'd say we were Elvish twins, and we was always together, and went through school together. We learned the forge together. And when it was time to, you talk about picking up the dagger, and when it was time to pick up the hammer, when it was time to take a shield, time to go fight for the dwarves, we didn't hesitate. We didn't even ask each other. We just told Mom we're going to fight for the family, Mom. She cried. We were the last to leave the house. So she became an empty forge, and we left. And would you stop it, Farron?
Empty forgers.
Farron's like that Farron is still eating her potatoes, crying, but she's going to go.
Everything was empty.
The porch was cold. It was finally cold.
Everyone's just like, what?
Aaron's like, am I the only one that had a semi-normal childhood here? Like, oh my god.
I had loving parents.
Am I normal?
Are you?
Eventually, we came home. We didn't take a wife, neither one of us, because, well, we couldn't find anyone that was pretty. Nobody pretty enough. Their beards weren't long enough. So then my brother, my brother got into a little bit of trouble because he liked to gamble a little bit too much. He came to me one night and he asked me if I had 500 gold for him. I said I ain't seen 500 gold in a long time, not since we'd been in the mines. And he told me that he owed some men a lot of money. So he was gonna have to run. I asked him where we were going. Because if my brother's running, I'm running too. Years later, we were with this one group of elves, and fog rolled in really thick. That was the day my brother and I and the elves, Calendriel and her two brothers, that was when we came through the mist. Been here in Barovia ever since. Just so you know, Remy, Barovia will make us all brothers and sisters.
Ken?
Unless we find one we're kind of
Like-
sweet on, then you don't want to call her sister. And he squeezes your hand, Pura.
It's not quite the same as someone who grew up with you, because they've known every version of you, and everything you went through together. So there's a different kind of sisterhood here, but it's not the same.
It's not the same yet. It's not the same yet.
Who knows? With enough portal jumping, we'll get there in no time.
Are we
Let's
really
say
planning to stay here for that long?
Future you.
worst case scenario. Worst case scenario. Me and the lads here, we all talk you fine ladies into stopping this nonsense of trying to get yourselves killed.
That's the worst case?
That's
We all grow old together. Well, I grow old. I watch y'all get old.
Ouch.
well. Middle case is that we somehow all end up in an alternate universe where we actually are siblings.
Ew.
Multiple dimensions exist, and other people we already met each other, so
Well, different
maybe the flow
species,
chart back
like
out.
entirely.
Ismark goes, what? Flowchart? What? That's disgusting. Why would you
I'm
wish
okay.
us all to be related?
sounds like fun.
Funny story.
Oh gosh.
Oh gosh,
Funny story.
I love those sentences.
Yes, Helia.
Oh, don't look at me. Look at Farron.
I would
thought I
hope that you
explained
and
to
I
them
aren't
already.
related.
Oh, have we?
Like,
Have
If
we
you-
explained
Yeah, we
that?
explained it.
Have we explained that?
No.
Sorry, I forgot.
Nobody explained it.
Yeah,
You
he was
didn't
a
get to
child
it.
at the time.
well,
He was like
so
12.
I have the chart for you. So
You
let's
actually
see.
Nuh-uh.
We all
not have a flow
packet.
chart.
You're joking.
Are you kidding?
Oh my gosh.
We did tell her that she needed to talk to them about it this session.
I didn't think it would be at the dinner table.
Oh my
So,
gosh.
Ismark.
We need to do
Sid.
this in the living room around a very large whiteboard and do charades.
I feel like I need a glass of wine for
I
this.
didn't start the pour out your heart party. I just joined because I was.
I am sorry, but
that.
I do
Be an
not
interesting
like
question.
charlatans in Barovia. Okay?
Charades, it's a game. Oh, you uncultured swine. Why does no one know what things are?
Sylvia, dear, can you please not call me an uncultured swine in my village?
Huh? No, it's not an insult. It's a
Really? It's not an insult. I'm not
not an
calling you,
insult.
uncultured swine as an insult. It's a term of endearment. It's what I call my
Listen, you're
fiance all the time
It's a
as he
mild-
sits in
it's
his
a mild
wheelchair. Hey,
disrespect.
you
It wasn't
uncultured
that.
swine. I love you. Really?
really.
Really?
So,
Oh,
Ismark,
Well,
According-
Yes.
according to my chart, you are my adopted soul brother.
You're gonna
What?
need to start so much further back than that.
You need to-
can't
we
start
need to back
here
up.
You started at
and
the
then
very
back up.
end,
You
my darling.
start there and then you come here.
Like
We need to go
brother-in-law.
back.
What?
What?
Not even
So-
brother-in-law, like step-brother. No.
Not
Maybe?
even
Start
No.
beginning. No,
So
no.
Arena,
Don't think
we all
fast.
know Arena. has Tatiana's-
Donovich all of a sudden just takes a bite of the bread and like no insight check needed. Donovich just all of a sudden like looks terrified and picks up a whole big roll and just shoves it into his mouth and starts chewing.
Iconic. Okay, so we all know that Arena.
No, that was Donovich, not Isaac. Donovich, brother Donovich.
Okay, that's funny.
Still iconic.
Everybody, give me a history check, except for Emery. Sorry, Emery.
exclude her again.
She wasn't
19.
here. Helia. Is it because I know why? It's because it's Ismark, and because you were the one that was so much afraid that him and his sister were hooking up.
I did. I was.
Yeah.
I was terrified.
Yeah, 15.
18.
14.
Okay.
But Corbin remembers probably more than Remy anyway.
Donovich and Ismark's dad were best friends.
Okay.
So he probably already knows. It just didn't
He
bother to say
does.
Exactly
No.
what's going on.
He already knows and didn't even bother to tell us. Okay, Donovich. I'm like giving him side eye.
I'm messaging her because I've already done this. He probably won't freak out the second time. Yes,
So
we know.
we all
Yes,
know
she's
Arena.
going to tell them about it. Just play it cool for now.
He's looking around to try to
So-
figure out which voice that's connected to, because he doesn't.
I've already
really...
talked to him in his head.
Yes, but that doesn't mean he knows which one's which.
That's it. I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, he finally got Emery right when he called her by name. Before it had been that blonde chick. Or no, it was that blonde.
No, that was Ismark.
Was that Ismark?
Oh, that was Ismark.
Okay. Donovich always
Apparently
called you by your name?
Emily
Donovich always
doesn't hold a
did
grudge.
his
Look
best.
at her smiling
We-
face.
We've like talked to him twice. He's
Emery was keeping the pros and cons list, and then that was immediately a con.
A
for
huge
Ismark.
con for Ismark. Okay. Okay, Farron. What is
Okay, so we all know Arena, right? Arena is
yeah, my sister.
is your sister. She's also Eileen, Isaac's sister.
I almost guarantee you every head turned to look at Isaac, and he did this.
Yep.
So
Is there food
You're
on
gonna
my
have to back up.
face?
Oh gosh.
So much farther than that.
Maybe we should take
Why
this
is
to the
everyone
lady.
looking at me?
It's wine.
Oh, are you done eating? Because this might be a thing you want to pay attention to.
I can be done. The steak was really good, Pura. Helena, thank you very much. All the food was really good.
Helena?
At least he's
Ah,
polite.
hell yeah. That was a setting. That was a setting. That
You
was a
make fun of
setting.
me for mixing up Dave and Danny sometimes because their names start with the same letter. Don't at me.
You're right. I did just make fun of you earlier today for that. Okay, touche.
all right.
Hell yeah. Got. I'm paying attention.
Okay.
What am I
Who
paying
wants to-
attention to?
Who wants to explain?
You
Me?
get
Okay,
to
all right.
explain. You
It's
get
your-
to explain this.
It's your soul.
This is
half-
your
It's
soul
your
brother
story.
or soul sister or
You have
soul
the
half
flowchart.
brother.
Okay. All right, I have the
Isaac
Isaac
flowchart.
goes, no. In order for you to be soul related to anyone, you had to have been born here in Barovia.
So that's the crazy part. I was. I'm from Kresk, apparently.
Apparently.
Yeah. So it was really interesting. We met the Martikov family at the Festival of the Blazing Sun, and Elvir's like uncle guy, kept being like, "This is the girl that I'm telling you guys about. Like, this is who I remember." And so I
Elvira
didn't know what he was
leans
talking
over
about.
to you. You mean Rudolph?
Yeah, Rudolph. Yeah.
Okay.
And so later I asked him, and apparently he helped my parents break out of Barovia with me as a baby, as like a 4-year-old, like a long time ago. And I think that that's probably why he's lost his mind, like as a punishment for helping my family break out. Something has happened to him, that has made him kind of lose his mind a little bit.
That's not why
but
he
yeah.
lost his mind.
Oh, okay. Well, I was thinking that it was a punishment from you know who.
Oh, it was a
Um,
punishment, but yeah.
It's for a different thing. Oh, that's fair. But anyway, so yeah, apparently I'm from Kresk, and apparently I was Tatiana's sister in a past life, which makes
Well, you do have orange hair.
yeah.
So's
So-
Irina.
Yeah. So apparently Irina and I are soul sisters. Um, which makes you guys both of my hold on, let me consult my sheet one more time. And she like pulls it out of her pocket and unfolds it. And so it makes Isaac and Irina, if Irina is also Eileen, then you guys are full siblings because Irina and Ismark, you guys are adopted siblings.
Who's
And then
Irina?
Irina and Eileen.
Who's Eileen?
He's never met him.
Yeah.
I don't think.
So.
He doesn't remember.
Oh, the memory
Yeah.
thing.
Oh, you have all the dolls though.
You do have all the dolls.
I have.
So-
I have what? No, I don't. What dolls? There's no
You're
dolls.
fine.
No, no.
There's no
I
dolls.
already know. It's
We
okay.
slept over at
It's
your
only a
house,
little
you
creepy.
know. Okay, so
Those aren't mine. That's Victor's room. I told you he was creepy.
Joe.
Your
Okay,
dad
so-
already confirmed it.
He's not my dad. He's Victor's dad. He was. If you said son, he was talking about Victor.
Uh-huh.
Okay, listen.
It's fine.
You know you lost your arm, but you don't remember where or why.
No.
So there was an accident with your family. I think it was wolves who attacked or something. It was very unclear exactly what the nature of the attack was, but you had run to go and get help, and you were found in the forest with just your arm missing, and you were bleeding out and in the middle of dying. Your Vargas had found you and had seen how hard you fought to stay alive, and he believed in you, and he took you to someone who could help. And they partially healed your arm, and then they gave you a new one. But you didn't wake up from that with memories of everything that happened, and it might have been for the best considering how traumatic
I didn't have
that
an
would
arm
have
for
been.
a long time. I remember that.
Yeah, since you were about 9. Yeah. So, you didn't wake up from that experience with memories of what happened before that, but you had parents, and as far as we know, we're not entirely sure if they made it through it. And you had a sister who you thought you had lost in the accident, and her name was Eileen. And this will be an illusion, but I want to show you, okay?
Before you do that, Isaac goes, how many fucking dolls do you have of my sister?
No fucking dolls, just regular ones, the small ones.
Models.
Actually, some of them are that big.
Don't correct me.
No.
It's not.
No.
That's not helping your case.
I'm
but-
trying to help you. Don't correct me on this.
I don't use them for that.
You implied that he used them for that, not him.
Oh,
look.
well, I don't use them for that. They're
We
dolls. You don't do that with a doll.
No, you play dress up and make believe with dolls and all of that junk, and they go to school and they have kids or whatever. I don't know, whatever
No,
people
you
do with
just-
dolls.
you-
Okay, you know what?
I was trying to find the woman that was always in my dreams.
Yeah. Speaking of which, since we're on the subject,
he looks at Helia and goes, "Not like that, though. Not like that. Like, you're the only
We
woman
already-
that's ever been in my dream, other than the blonde woman that I always see her. But it's not like a romantic thing. I don't feel that way about her. It's just I always
Okay,
see
you're
her." And
Gives a
Isaac.
sympathetic glance to Helia, like, I'm so sorry.
Gilly is just like,
it's just that she's
Uh-huh.
it's not a
keep going.
romantic
It's
thing.
fine. It's fine. Yeah, it's keep going. Keep going.
we don't think it is. That's why
Hey.
we're telling you about her. Her name was Eileen. She was adopted. It's now Irina. In her past life, it was Tatiana. She looks like this. And Remy will snap her fingers, cast disguise self, and look like Irina. And this is an illusion, but this is what she looks
That's
like.
her.
Yep.
That's
Sylvia's
her
gonna
grown
look
up.
very pointedly at Father Donovich.
And just now, you guys see the resemblance between her and Isaac.
Yeah.
The rest of you can see a resemblance to where you can
Yeah,
tell
them sitting
Isaac
right
and
next to each
Irina
other.
are brother sister.
Ooh.
So
Sylvia's
you're my
gonna give a
sister?
very, very pointed
So
look.
I am Remy, and I'll snap my fingers again, and I'll turn back into myself. But Irina is your blood sister. She was born into your family, and she is the adoptive sister of him. And she'll point to Ismark.
So how did Irina show up in our life? Donovich is
don't
just sitting
know.
there eating.
I don't
I
know.
don't know
How
that
did
half
she?
of the story, but there are people over in 2 different places who might have answers for you. One of which is in a house in Voloki, and they used to know Isaac's family, and then eventually moved to Voloki. And I'm so sorry for this, but I kind of need you to answer some questions if you're cool with that. I think you're about to sneeze, so I'm just gonna go with it.
No, that was him like chewing his
Choking
food,
on
closing
bread.
his eyes. He had bread in his hand. See, why is it people don't see the imaginary things in my hand?
It looked like you were. It looked like Seti, the person, was about to sneeze and was like, "Wait a second,
No, remember Tuesday? You didn't see me holding the chicken?
dude! I didn't see you holding the chicken. He was just doing this off to the side, and I'm just like, oh, so that's what you're doing with your hand, okay?" And they're like, "What'd you think he was doing?" I'm like, "I feel like that is an irrelevant question." Anyway,
Yeah, Donovich just kind of
so
puts
sorry.
the bread down on the table, and
If Dad did have a best friend, so everyone who would know that kind of thing.
Isaac goes, "Yeah, my dad's best friend was," and looks right at Donovich, and he's like,
One moment is it's a lot to take in.
"So, long time ago, Ismark, you were just a little guy. Your mom had been gone for a while, and you know how your dad didn't have a soul, so he couldn't really show emotions. He came up to the church one day as the Burgermeister, rode up in his wagon and everything, and he came inside and said he needed to talk to me, and I was like, yeah, what's going on, buddy? And I heard a baby crying, not a baby, but I heard a small child whimpering from the wagon, and I just looked at him. I was like, what'd you do, man? He's like, I found a little girl in the woods, and I don't know what to do with her. And I went to go look at her, and she was all cut up, and she was bruised, and she had some burn marks on her. And I asked her dad where he exactly found her. He said he'd been hunting, and he found her in the middle of the woods, just sitting there crying all by herself. She was about 7, maybe 8 at the oldest. And no, you were 7. It was a long time ago, Ismark. A long time ago. You were 7. She was almost 11. She was 10 or 11. And she was just sitting there crying. She had no idea who she was. She was pretty burned. I mean, at first I thought there was blood in her hair, but her hair was just orange. And I knew then it was most likely the soul daughter or the soul child, whatever you want to call it. I had a feeling it was the soul of Tatiana then and there. It didn't even cross my mind that it could have been the soul of her little sister. But yeah, Farron, that makes sense. So, I explained to your dad what we were gonna do is that he was gonna leave her with me. I was gonna go ahead and get her cleaned up and healed, and once I had her all healed up and everything, once I could get her to where she would talk, I could find out what was going on in her head. I'd let him know what we were gonna do. She didn't get her memories back. It was 3 days. She still had no idea who she was. But she kept asking about the man that found her in the woods. So I lied to her. Told her he didn't. Told her that that was her father. She asked why she was in the woods. I said that she'd been on a caravan, that she'd came home to be with her dad and her brother, that she came home from a boarding school outside the mist, and that we'd smuggled her back in so that she could be home with her family. And I came up with a really, really intricate, detailed lie. So that she thought she was your sister. And then we lied to you and told you that when you were little, because your mother died giving birth to you, that your dad, not having a soul, didn't know how to raise a little girl, so we sent her away to be taken care of and raised by women. And now that she was a young lady, she came home to take care of her father and her brother, because now she could cook and she could clean and she could take care of the men of her life. You didn't believe it at first. You did not believe it at first. But I'd gotten your dad to understand what he needed to say, and because your dad never shows emotion, because he had no soul, you couldn't catch him in a lie. And well, I got fat because every time you asked me, I took a bite. Because I'm really good at eating food instead of telling the truth.
So yeah, so we're kind of all related.
It was important
When
that
we-
she had someone who cared about her to take care of her all these years. Might not feel that way, but it is.
Isaac looks over at Donovich and just, you turned her into our slave. No, that little girl got the best life she ever could have had. What were we gonna do? Send her to Vallaki? Let her live in an orphanage? Let somebody sell her to a hag? Those hags didn't live there. No, but the one in the swamp did. She was never my sister.
She is in the way that matters. In the same way that they are mine. But
Blood has little value when you have reincarnation as a standard.
also true.
I don't know what I'm supposed to feel.
Nothing is fine for now.
Whatever you feel is valid.
A lot, probably. Lies are hard
Anger,
to untangle
betrayal.
because you wonder where one starts and the next one ends. What was important? Who cared about you? Was that a lie too?
Sylvia,
Yes. Yes.
Sylvia, you'll be so proud of me. I'm fighting so hard to not tell him that we thought that they were dating when we first got here.
We're
I'm
not
gonna
telling them
tell him.
that!
but I really, really want to tell
We're
him.
not telling about the secret incestual relationship thing that we had
That took
going.
us way too long to figure out they were siblings.
We theorized in the background. We didn't bring it to him. Oh my gosh!
I'm not gonna bring it up, but
That was not
I
the
wanted
time.
someone to know. I'm
When they're
holding
like-
back.
When they're like old and on their deathbed, you can bring it up. Oh,
Promise?
yes, if they make it that long.
Got it.
Just needed someone to know I was holding back. Is so funny.
I need someone to know the restraints I am putting on myself right now.
I hate to interrupt this dramatic moment, but somebody appreciate me.
I think it
So, Farron,
Yeah.
you have the soul of Tatiana's little sister.
Hmm.
Irina is not Irina, she is Eileen.
Hmm.
So she's basically my adopted sister.
Basically.
Yes.
So you're my adopted sister's soul sister.
I'm your adopted soul sister. Yes.
This is why we have the flow chart.
The flow chart.
That's why the flow chart. Hmm. When in doubt, consult the chart.
And since she's my adopted sister, and Isaac is her real brother.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Semantics.
He's not my adopted brother.
Oh, he's not your adopted brother.
No. No. Can you have, like, a brother once removed? That might be what this is.
Maybe.
Does Isaac look like he's understanding any of this?
Or is it
You
going
know?
right over his head?
This poor man.
So
He just wants cupcakes.
I have a sister.
Yes.
You do.
And she kind of looks like Remy.
No.
She looks
No.
like your dolls. And
She
Remy can make, and I'll use minor illusion to put sparkles around myself, weird illusions with magic, so we
Okay,
don't...
yeah. She doesn't look like you. She looks like Farron's big sister.
Close enough.
Yeah. She looks.
I think
She
we
looks
have to
like-
run with this.
She looks like you.
She looks like the dolls.
A little bit, because you're related.
Oh, the doll. Good point.
She looks like the dolls.
Okay.
Those
But
creepy
the
little
dolls
that
were never
do
used
so
for that stuff. And I never
We've been
thought
past
of
that.
her.
Okay,
I
I
never
don't
thought
need
of
to-
her like
You
that.
Stop
don't
it.
need reassurance, Isaac. Please.
Okay. Because that's my sister.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
We're getting there.
Where is she?
So,
At the church.
funny that
in Velocity.
we kind of need to have the same conversation with her eventually to explain the same thing that we just explained to you. So, if you wanted, you could be there for that. Bismarck wanted, he could be there for that. But, she is, with Lucian. He's keeping her safe.
And Lucian is actually my
Himself.
step-uncle.
Just himself. Oh, wait.
No, because
No, he's your regular uncle.
Lucian's sister is my
Is
adopted
Lydia. Yeah.
dad's. Yeah.
Your adopted mom's brother. So, your adoptive uncle, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Farron, did you add that to the flow chart?
No.
Oh my gosh, slacking.
We need to make a bigger flow chart.
fucking
much more
everybody in
paper-
Make a
Velocki's
bigger
related.
They are. This whole thing with the souls and reincarnation.
It's small town stuff. I mean, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Small town.
Reincarnation, man.
It's real awkward.
Elvira, is your family this complicated?
Or so I'd imagine.
No, my family is not this complicated. Well, okay, not my immediate family. Not my immediate family. Not my father. My mother died when I was very young. I grew up without a mother also.
High five.
I don't want to high five about that. I don't
high five that.
want to.
I wanted to bond.
We can
Somebody, like,
bond. I don't want to high
puts her
five
hand
about
down.
losing my mom at a young age. I mean,
It sucks.
yeah.
I mean, to be fair, I had a mom and she sent me off to boarding school.
Mom sucks.
That also
Let's
sucks.
put it. I don't think this many days before Mother's Day I should say that out loud.
Going without a mom is bad. That's not a bad thing to say.
It
Moms
is.
are important, and we're all sad to be without them.
Moms
That's a
are
good thing
important.
to say.
Moms. What the hell? We're tying this into Mother's Day now.
Let's
Heck yeah.
go.
We're just that good.
We're great at this, guys.
Look at that segue.
Mhm.
Yeah, I lost my mom at a young age, and my big sister basically was my mom growing up, which is weird because she's not my mom. She's just my sister. I feel you on that, Isaac. She's just my sister. I never had dolls made of my sister. But anyway,
We're going directions.
yeah. So, and then I had my two brothers. Now, outside of that, when you start getting into my aunts and my uncles and my cousins and it's weird. It's weird. You met some of them. Farron, you met my great uncle Rudolph. Yeah, my family's weird.
I've just met Quiche. She was a jerk.
Kasha. Her name is Kasha.
I choose not to call her that.
Yeah,
I just hope it irritates her. I really hope it irritates her. She blocked the stairway.
But it irritates me. Because that's
Irritates
not her
you that I
name.
call her that?
Yeah, that you call
Oh.
her that. I mean, growing up, she was my
Sorry,
best friend.
Ellie. There's so much worse things out there, though.
Just call him Ellie.
She called me Ellie.
Maybe.
She did call me Ellie.
He's trying to defend her. I don't like her.
Okay, but
Not just circus, not your monkeys. Let's go with that.
that'd be Piccolo. I like Piccolo.
Piccolo is
Piccolo hangs out at the toy store.
Piccolo's great.
Piccolo's a nice little monkey. Although he wants to do to the dolls what I don't do to the dolls.
We did
You
not
see,
need
that
to know
is
that.
what is called TMI
Isaac?
in my time.
Yeah.
So this is the third time this has come up, and the last...
If you mention this
This
again.
dinner party started, and the
No,
first time...
but we talked about Piccolo.
Isaac? No,
Yeah.
Oh, we're done with this. We're done with
We're
this
done.
conversation.
not again. Do you understand me?
Yes.
Thank you.
He look. Let me see. He looks over at Elvira and he goes, "Your girlfriend's scary."
As she should be.
Isaac looks over. Ismark looks over at you, Remy. Yeah. I want to be there when you talk to my sister.
Okay, good. I think she'll,
She's
Appreciate
been my
having you
sister
around.
a lot longer than she's not been my sister.
very much so. And again, sometimes growing up with someone and having that same story is more important than blood relations anyway.
Elvira looks at you and goes, "Huh, that's funny because Kasha lost her mom at a young age too, and we grew up with something in
Funny,
common."
I didn't ask you about Kasha, did I,
No, but
Ellie?
I'm telling you, you just told him that growing up together, it bonds you, it gets you close. I'm just saying.
Well, I'm
and her
glad
and
you
I,
have a very close relationship with her. I'm sure you can justify liking her that way. I'm sure she has many redeeming qualities when she's not sicking birds on us to spy on everything we
she
do,
didn't sick
or like
birds
sitting
on
in
you.
Dorpan.
She wasn't
Oh,
sicking
didn't
birds on
she?
you.
According to that one, and I'll point over to Emery, she talked about sending birds after us when we went to the Burgomaster's house because she wanted to know what we were doing. So
Yes,
that
because
is
you're
spy
dating
business.
that
He
one.
doesn't remember saying
Yeah,
that.
What is
You're
the
not.
cupcake platter looking like?
Never mind. Ignoring that.
What is the
The
cupcake
most
platter
dangerous
looking
thing
like?
to a spy is a secondary
It's
one,
pretty
and I
empty.
don't appreciate.
Ilya's gonna get up while this conversation is going on, pick up the cupcake platter, and as she walks past Ismark, she's gonna brush him on the shoulder and like towards the kitchen.
I just wanted to ask some get to know you
A
questions.
couple of you see him smile really big as he gets up to follow behind her. Dead man walking. Back to that real quick. No, because of that one right there, because you were dating him. Because of who his mother is. And Nikolai's like, okay. And you're
yeah.
lucky because you said it's because my mother. I think we can everyone in this room can agree, my mother's a bitch, right? Right?
You're here.
I'm not
Yeah.
gonna say it.
And she's a witch too, so we probably shouldn't say it too loud.
Yes, thank you.
I
Anyone
No.
want to use the scrying
I'd love
thing
to
to
see
make
another
sure
word.
we're not being watched now that we're done with all of these conversations?
Listen, I worked as a spy before this. I don't appreciate spies spying on me. That's my business, not his.
Okay, but I need you to think about one thing, Emery. You're not.
Marie?
Sorry.
Emery?
Sorry. I just switched from Nikolai to chill out. Hey. Going back to Elvira. Hey. I need you to think about one thing, Remy. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Seeing as how you were a former spy, I've never gotten involved in that. I've never gotten involved in that aspect of my family.
I didn't believe you would, label boy.
Hold
But
on
I
a
do have a
second.
very
Will you
Can-
both
can you-
just
can you
stop?
please just listen.
Stop. Both of you.
M. I'm
You
staying
guys
calm.
need to have a conversation that's not at this table.
I think the whole sisterhood needs to hear this.
I care about.
Oh, okay. We're going deep. All right.
I don't want them to judge my whole family. I already know Remy does. I don't want them to judge my whole family, Em.
Remy feels slighted.
My family's not bad.
Kindra picture.
Papa did threaten to kill me.
Habit. I beg to differ.
Can you give me just a few seconds, please?
Still waiting.
Em, just
Ladies?
a few seconds, Em. Please.
Ladies?
Go, speak, man.
Okay.
I want you to go back to your caravan for a second, okay? Go back to the days when you were at your caravan. And I want you to imagine a group of strangers showing up at the caravan. And all of a sudden being in the middle of everything, getting involved in everything. Talking to people that they don't normally talk to, that don't normally talk to strangers. New players showing up in the game, and you know the game because you've grown up in the game. You know the game. Who are these new players? What are these new players doing? What side are these new players on? you six know each other. You six had, what, 2 weeks to get to know each other? All we knew was you showed up in town. And we didn't know who you were. All we know is a new group has shown up in town. We've seen what other groups have done. Not all groups have been good. Not all groups have worked together. Not all groups have helped. And we need to know as much of this new group as we can. If you were back in your caravan days and that new group showed up, that group of strangers that you don't know and you don't know why they're asking questions, you don't know why they're talking to some of the people in your family, you don't know why they're talking to some of the vendors, some of the travelers, some of the people that you trust. They're talking to some of the people you don't trust. If not you, what would some of your family do? But what would you, Remy, as that information gatherer, as the person that needs to be in the know and needs to find out what's going on, what would you do, Remy?
You fucking talk to them, Ellie.
Elvir.
Okay.
How about this? I don't know you either. None of us do. Only maybe Emery knows just you. The rest of your family aren't you. But what your entire family have is access to ravens, spies, everywhere. And you, as part of your family unit, whether you decide to join them or not, are listening to me divulge to the rest of the people I actually do trust about my family. My little sister's name, my brother's name, where I'm from, the name of the king, what's important to me, what my job used to be. Do you realize how big of a leap I'm making here in offering you this olive branch?
Yes, I do.
Then don't spit on it. I am choosing to try and trust just you because I know that she minimally trusts just you, and I know her. I don't know the rest of you people. Asking me to trust them like I trust them is a very, very big gap, especially where I come from and with everything going on. So you can say, hey, try and empathize with us. I understand, but that doesn't mean I'm going to be happy about you spying on me and knowing my personal stuff that's going on, and me having no clue, or maybe even knowing, and having nothing to do about it. Because I didn't give you that permission. I didn't say you could be there. I don't know what you're going to do with it. And there's a lot that can go wrong between me saying something casually to a friend in context and one of your people taking it and spreading it around like a wildfire in a way that I can't control. And I don't want that to happen. It's not
different.
unreasonable.
It's different too, because if you think about it, like if some random person came up to your caravan, yes, you'd be suspicious of them and you'd want to know why they're there.
But you can still choose what you say while you're around them.
Yes, but this isn't some random caravan. New people coming into this territory isn't new. New groups come as soon as the old group leaves. That's a standard. You're all used to it. You have an entire town set up to greet those who are new. Us going around and talking to people is exactly what the last people did.
We don't have a whole town set up.
There's nothing there.
The
That's what this
enemy,
whole thing is.
the villain,
Yes.
Fangboy, whatever you guys want to call him, he set this up.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have a village. We have a wine, a vineyard, and my brother has a tavern.
That greets strangers on a regular basis.
My
Us coming
brother's
in
tavern
isn't a surprise. You're talking to us like it was a shock we were here.
I
And
wish
it
you
was
guys
anything
understood.
but.
You're never going to understand because you're not here. You don't live here. You're outsiders. You're never going to understand because you're outsiders.
Do you seriously believe that Onoa is that much different than here? There's different kinds of pain out there, but we're not as different as you seem to think that we are. And
But for you to be mad at us, for us behaving this way to try to protect us, you're mad
I have
at us.
legitimate reason
You're
to be mad.
at us for
I
trying
didn't
to
say you weren't
protect
justified.
ourselves.
I didn't say you weren't justified. I'm saying I have good reason not to trust you and to expect something more of me than what would be appropriate for the situation, considering is too much.
I don't expect you to trust us.
Hey, great.
The fact that you just acknowledged that, thank you. That's all I wanted. You to understand why. You to say that we're justified. That's all I wanted, Remy. Remy, I hear them say Remy. However you say it, Remy.
Remy.
Okay?
It's Remina. Remy to
Remina.
friends.
Remina. Okay? I understand we're not friends. Remina. Okay? Thank you for understanding that we're justified. And that's all I wanted. For you to acknowledge that we are justified in how we felt and what we did. I'm not even saying it's okay.
It's not.
I'm one of the last
In return-
people that will justify my family's actions.
You're doing it right now. If you want us to give that leeway and say, we understand where you're coming from, it's okay that you're doing it.
You
We
know
expect
what,
the same.
Emery, you
that's
were right. I shouldn't have said anything. Because I'm going to be an outsider
I'm sorry.
just like
You
they're
want us to
outsiders.
take accountability for not trusting you 100%.
I
but
didn't
you won't
just
take
say.
accountability.
I just said I don't
for what
expect
you
you
are
to trust
doing.
me.
I understand. But
No,
just
you
said
don't.
you are thankful. You are thankful that we are given accountability for what we are doing, saying, or being a part of. We admit we are taking accountability for the actions that we are committing. You are not. You are expecting us to take accountability for what we are saying, but you are not taking it yourself.
I didn't do anything to any of you. I did not do anything to any of you.
You are defending your family and
You're
their actions.
damn right I'm defending my family. Because you know what? When you all are done and you go back to wherever you came from, guess where I am? Here with my family. So I'm going to defend my family.
If we succeed, we can set your whole family free.
Do you know how many people have came in here with rainbow dreams saying they're going to succeed?
A lot.
Oh, but you are going to be so different. You're going to be so
You're at our
different.
table. You are at our table. If
You don't think
thought
we
that
haven't sat
weren't,
at other
you
tables
wouldn't be
before?
here. You are dating one of us. If you thought we weren't capable of
Is she
sticking
one of
around,
us?
you wouldn't have
How long have
bothered.
you really trusted her?
Second she got here. She was literally
You've
made
treated
part
her like
of the
that, haven't
Sisterhood
you?
as soon as she walked
Emery,
in.
I love you. And he gets up and walks out.
Emery's already left. I said it a little bit ago. She got up and left.
Meanwhile, in the kitchen.
Celia's just putting down a platter. She turns, like, when she hears him walks in, she'll be like, this is not quite the dinner party I imagined, is it?
No, it's not like when the Velakoviches have a dinner party.
Oh, she tapped, Ismark on the
Ismark.
shoulder.
What now? I'm
She
confused.
tapped Ismark on the shoulder.
Oh, it was Ismark,
Isaac.
not Isaac.
Ismark.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Not Isaac.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Let him switch. Hold on.
Thank you.
He's gotta get in a different mindset. Give him a second.
Okay. Go back to not quite the dinner party.
Moving platter, sets him down, hears him. Not quite the dinner party.
Then he didn't get up and smile, by the way. That was Isaac. I thought Isaac was going. Isaac smiled. Ismark did not get up and walk away smugly smiling. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's nothing like the dinner parties that we used to have at our house. Nothing like them at all. It's a lot of drama.
A little bit.
That doesn't even include my family drama that got involved.
You know, I wasn't quite expecting that to get brought up, but I'm kind of glad it happened, at least right now. Because at least I can get out of the way. You do realize there was never any competition between you and Isaac, right?
I'm just glad we didn't have to go outside and fight. That big guy wasn't going to drop easily.
Oh, yeah, no. I knew you could do it. I had a feeling you could, but I didn't want that for you.
You know how messed up this pretty face would have gotten?
I think you would have. I think a little crooked nose would suit your face well.
Really? You think so?
I think you would.
You think you could?
I do realize.
You think you could make it crooked for me?
No, let's keep it as it is for now, pretty boy.
Okay. We'll keep it like it is for now.
I do realize I have been a little cowardly, though. And that's something I'm not.
Well, I've learned tonight that we all have pasts. And I don't know exactly what else happened in your past, Helia. And I don't know what your past lover, commanding officer, friend, boyfriend, whatever you wanted to call him, whatever you chose to call him at that time. I don't know what he did to you. I don't know what he did to get you to be in love with him. And I don't know what he did to hurt you. But I know that I'm not going to do either. I don't want to get you to love me. I want you to want to love me. And if you're not ready, if my little bracelet on your wrist, if that just means that we're going steady and I get to take you to some ball, cool. If it means I get a title, that's even cooler. But I'm willing to take it at whatever speed you're willing to go at.
She's gonna step towards him and say, I jump in feet first, grab him by the collar and kiss him.
And we will end right there.
Love it. Love it.
That was awesome.
That was good.
All right.
Hey, Cambria. I love you, kid.
You're all right over there.
Just so you know.
Love you too.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. Corbin. Love you, kiddo.
Love you too. Okay, just like
I was expecting you to flip him off right there with the peace sign. I was just like, she's just gonna lower it.
I'd be lying if I said I didn't think about it, but that'd be an interesting thought. It's fine.
Oh, I also love you. Hey, you guys, although we don't do this for you, hey, we're glad we get to do it with you. And I really hope that you come back next week on Thursday night, because it's a Siren Sisterhood. It's ladies' night in Barovia. I'm not allowed to sing real loud because Mama said he's in the other room. Anyway.
I remember how this conversation started with everybody being more afraid of her. He's no exception.
Siren Sisterhood. Tell the good people goodbye.
Bye,
Bye,
Twitch.
guys.
Thank you for watching. Don't forget to crop those your feelings.
Don't forget to tip your waitress.